Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome. Welcome to our distinguished guests, esteemed members of the press. I'll be your moderator today for the press conference. My name is Katie Haig. And before we begin, I really want to take a moment to express our thanks to the International Astronautical Federation and the Italian Association of Aeronautics and Astronautics for their hard work and dedication in making this year's Congress and our event today possible. Now, let me introduce you to our participants on the stage with me this morning. Matt Onler, President of Axiom Space. Lorenzo Bertelli, Prada Group, Chief Marketing Officer and Head of Corporate Social Responsibility. And Russell Ralston, Axiom Space's Spacesuit Program Manager. As we move forward, I'd like to outline a few ground rules to ensure a smooth and productive session this morning. We'll have a designated time for opening statements, followed by a Q&A segment. Please raise your hand to indicate that you would like to ask a question, and when called upon, state your name and the outlet you represent. And then please, we kindly ask to keep your questions concise, just one question each, to allow as many reporters as possible to participate. Thank you once again for being here. Let's get started. Matt, over to you.
Thank you, Katie. Buongiorno, good morning. This is an historic day. The unveiling of this spacesuit is an historic moment. And most of the time, you don't realize you're part of history when you're in it. But I'm telling you, you're part of history. When you see an astronaut walk on the moon in this suit, you'll remember seeing it for the first time on this day. And what an amazing city to unveil a very human-centered design. At the opening ceremony of this Congress, the speakers referenced Leonardo da Vinci and the 20 years he spent in this city inventing, designing, innovating things. And so it's a perfect place to unveil a very innovative design. So 2 years from now, when NASA flies the X-3 mission, the astronaut will be wearing this suit design. More profoundly for us, the first woman to walk on the moon will wear this suit. The first person of color will wear this suit. The first non-American will wear this suit. And they will go in places that are incredibly hazardous, extreme environments. One of the missions that NASA wants to do is to try to find water in craters at the South Pole. These are some of the coldest places in the universe. And so this suit has to be designed very cleverly. We have to find innovative solutions to protect a very fragile emissary of exploration, this very fragile human in these very, very extreme environments. So it really requires extreme engineering, fantastic manufacturing capability, and innovation. And that's why I'm so proud to be associated with Prada. You know, innovation doesn't come when you have a team where everyone is the same. If everyone has the same education, the same background, the same experience, it's hard to be innovative. Innovation really comes when you put diverse teams together with diverse backgrounds and different educations and different skills. And that's what I think the Prada team has brought to us. And together we've built something extraordinary that we couldn't have otherwise built individually. So very proud of our association with Prada and the machine that we've designed. And I really look forward to your questions and look forward to my other gentlemen speaking. And so for now, we'll turn it over to Russell to talk more details about the spacesuit.
Thanks, Matt. Well, good morning. Thanks for joining us as we unveil the result of this groundbreaking partnership. For the first time, Axiom Space and Prada share our Axiom EMU's flight cover layer design, crafted from a year's worth of collaborative and innovative production and materials work. As many of you know, the mostly white external layer is required to reflect heat and protect astronauts in the extreme high temperatures that they'll encounter on the lunar surface. In contrast, the dark cover layer that many of you have seen in the past is purely for display purposes only, to conceal some of the proprietary technology and innovations that we have underneath the outer layer. The partnership between Axiom Space and Prada in creating this flight design has truly revolutionized space suit development. Two very different leaders in their industry have come together to deliver the next generation spacesuit for the return to the moon, and for the first time ever to the South Pole. This collaboration exemplifies the power to create better technological solutions together by merging Axiom Space's elite engineering experience with Prada's renowned craftsmanship. We've blended engineering, science, and art to produce the ultimate garment for future moonwalkers, ensuring that astronauts can perform their tasks and missions in safety and comfort. And we are leveraging our unique strengths to inspire and engage a broader audience. Additionally, this partnership is helping refine production strategies and stabilizing supply chain challenges that historically have been problematic in the spacesuit world. By working together, we've been able to streamline processes and ensure that the resources are there to support future missions. Today marks a significant step on the path towards returning humans to the surface of the moon and going even further. We look forward to sharing the details of the spacesuit design here with you today, and thank you for being here. Over to you, Randy.
Thank you, Russell. So no, I'm really honored, first of all, to be here. This is, I think, is an historic moment for not the space sector, but also for the space sector, because everybody talks about space economy in this day, and I think today we are here to prove that this is just the beginning. I think we have a huge opportunity in this sector. I think we're super honored that Axiom chose us to partner with. It's a partnership that for our group roots really back in the days, I would say at the end of the 90s, when I think my father decided to start an adventure that was called America's Cup. And since then, the 90s, and today we invested more than $1 billion in know-how, in engineering. We had engineers that were working for Lockheed, for Boeing, and we have engineers that worked for us that today are working for SpaceX. So Prada is known around the world mainly for fashion and design, but I think it's something that not everybody realized the investment we've done in engineering in general, and I think Axiom discovered it with us in this journey. And also, as Russell mentioned, I would say that our luxury supply chain is meant to be at prototypization scale, because let's say almost all our sales are not done on huge scale if you compare it to other sectors. And this everyday work is based on, single SKU, single prototype, and this is happen every day when we work with our VAC. So really, for us to adapt to the challenge of Axiom and to their need was quite easy, and I think we were super satisfied in feeling ourselves so ready to take this challenge. And I think this is just the beginning, and sometimes things start as an adventure, and I think everybody should start their life adventure first because they enjoy it. And as we enjoyed to start the adventure in the 90s with America's Cup, with a boat that was called Luna Rossa, that in English means Red Moon, was maybe just a coincidence, but maybe it's not going to be a coincidence when we're going to be there. And so I think this is another exciting adventure that is starting today, that we do it because we like to do nice things and because we enjoy it. And then maybe when in 20 or 30 years we will look backwards, we will find out that it's going to be something much more than that. So I really want to thank Axiom for the opportunity.
Well, thank you, gentlemen, and we're going to move on to our Q&A. Okay, please, again, raise your hand, state your name, and the outlet that you are with. Thank you. Marta. Ooh. Got a microphone coming your way.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Marta Meli from SkyTG24, and I've got a question for Matt Ondler. President Ondler, what do you think about the role of Italy in the commercial space flight, considering the memorandum of understanding that you signed with our country, and considering that we have an Italian astronaut like Walter Villadei that took part to the Axiom 3 mission? And what are your plans for the future with our country? Thanks.
Well, it's a great question. And Italy, as you mentioned, has been a very important partner for us. At Talasalenia in Torino, not far from here, they're building the first pressure vessel that will be part of our space station, so a very, very important partnership. We were honored to fly Walter on our last mission and do all the experiments that Italy had flown. I think for me, Italy is very progressive in the commercial space because they've involved every industry, or tried to involve industries outside of aerospace. So Barilla flew an experiment, and Dallara, the race car company, is involved. So I think Italy is very much leaning forward and trying to be part of the space economy, to figure out how to make things in space that you can't otherwise make on the Earth. So very important partner, and we see a long future in working together with Italy.
Jeff, third row back, right there. Yep, you got it.
Hi, Jeff Faust, Space News. Question for Russell. When you compare this spacesuit to the Apollo-era lunar spacesuits, what stands out in terms of differences in mobility, functionality, and so on that this is better than the Apollo suits in some way?
A few things come to mind in comparing to the Apollo suits. You mentioned mobility, maybe we start there. Certainly there's a lot more mobility in this suit design, and that's one of the things that we've really worked to refine over the past couple of years. And we've done a lot of work with Prada actually on this. There's many layers to a spacesuit, and every single layer of the fabric that's in that actually affects your mobility in one way or another, and the combination of them together. So we've been paying attention to that. So mobility will be greatly improved. Overall capability of EVA will be improved. Safety is something that will be, I think, taking a very, very large step forward. We have a lot more redundancy in this design in terms of components and hardware. We have what we call an onboard diagnostic system that is monitoring all the systems inside the spacesuit real time and calculating how their performance is doing, and even looking at trends to see if, oh, okay, maybe this thing's not working as well as it should. So the safety is really taking a step forward. And then the other thing that I think is key is the range of people that will be able to fit in this suit is quite different. The Apollo suits were really tailor-made to each astronaut. Our suit certainly has some customized elements to it, but we've come up with a sizing scheme that really will allow us to capture a much wider portion of the population than Apollo. So I think those are probably the key things that come to mind.
Front row.
Tommaso Palazzi, Milano Finanza Fashion. For Lorenzo, I wanted to ask how this project came into being. What was your first contact, like in the Moon projects, and what was your design contribution from a style point of view?
So I think like the first idea, let's say, came just before COVID, and then during COVID, when a lot of us had a lot of free time to think about work and talk with people. I think that is where really started to get more concrete. And after COVID, when talking with people, I met Mike Suffredini, and we started to have this discussion. And so I would say, again, this is more or less where it started. And I think, like in terms of design, I think first of all, like this kind of project, functional design is always the rule number one. So whatever was a design choices was not just stylistic choices, were just first, is it functional, is the best functional solution, and then if you have on the same table two both same valid option, I think then we did just maybe a stylistic decision. And I think it roots back a bit also in the origin of design and fashion in general, where if you look back in the history of design, like all the choices were mainly driven by functional reason, not just aesthetical reason. So I think somehow was also a nice exercise for our design team to really start from the functional point of view and then really understanding how to make it also looking good. And I think we had example like the stitches where the best looking stitches were also the most functional, or like the need of the red stripe, like for sure is gonna recall to all of you to Linea Rossa red stripe, but you know that the red stripe is already there since the lunar mission because it's used to recognize the role of the astronaut. So was also this a kind of coincidence where design, aesthetic design and functionality merged together. So those are just few of the examples.
So right here in the middle.
Jordan Wright, the Angry Astronaut. In spite of the impressive progress that we saw from SpaceX a few days ago, still a lot of question as to whether or not they're going to be able to get 22 launches done to accomplish Artemis in 2 years. How do you folks feel? Because those are the two missing elements, is HLS and spacesuits. Do you feel that you can deliver a functional EVA suit by the deadline, the end of 2026?
Yeah, absolutely. We're making a ton of progress. Earlier this year, you may have seen, we released some imagery of a test we did jointly with SpaceX out in Hawthorne, California, to refine some of the airlock design because there's many, many details that have to be solved, right? We're basically taking our spacecraft, right? A spacesuit is a spacecraft. It's just human-shaped, and we're having to combine it with the Starship vehicle, and so there's many things to sort out. So we did a great test campaign with their team. It was a really, really awesome experience working with them and going through that test series. We've also been to the Neutral Buoyancy Laboratory for some unmanned testing in NASA's facility, and then we've done quite a bit of testing as well in some reduced gravity, like offload systems, and then at Axiom as well. So certainly some work to go. I mean, we certainly have a hill to climb, but we're certainly on our way, I think.
Thank you.
And I would add too that, delivering the spacesuit's an enormous responsibility, and we are very committed to making that happen and on schedule. So we will deliver the suit on time and be ready for Artemis 3.
Next question, also in the middle.
Rob Coppinger with Spaceflight Magazine. Dust mitigation, are there any elements of your exterior outer layer design that is to mitigate against dust accumulation on the suit? And also, in terms of egress and ingress from the future lunar habitats and pressurized rover, are they going to have technologies that will help in the removal of dust from the exterior of the suit that may have influenced your suit design?
Absolutely. So we've taken I would call it this way, like a multi-pronged approach to how we deal with lunar dust, and I think we've got quite a few innovative solutions, and that absolutely was a major design factor in designing the outer layer of the garment, right? Because that's where you want to keep the dust out from the internals of the suit, and so that layer plays a big role in that. We do have a dust lab at Axiom where we've been doing some testing to refine some of the techniques that we have for protecting against dust, using some proprietary coatings and some other things that we think will keep the dust out and off. We also have tools. So in addition to the spacesuit, we don't often talk about this, but we're building, I think it's over 40 different tools for the lunar surface, and some of those are specifically used for, say, cleaning the suits or capturing and managing the dust problem, because the real thing you're trying to do is not bring the dust back into the vehicle, right? So you're trying to keep it out. So we have tools for cleaning. We have some methods we're using to keep dust off the suit in the first place. And then fundamentally, some of the work that we've done with Prada is to look at what are the right materials to use so that we can basically tolerate the dust, if you will, and make it not a problem by just being able to handle it, if that makes sense.
We have one up front here. Up front. Up front. Thank you.
Chris Cubbage from Australia in Space. Male, female sizes at all in terms of how adaptable that is? And maybe if you could just dive into a little bit deeper into the critical system redundancy, what systems and just dual systems in separate?
Yeah, so on the sizing part, we have what we like to call like a two, what's the word? Basically a dual sizing scheme where we have what we call micro sizing and macro sizing. So it really, like, gender doesn't play a role here. Like any individual we can fit inside the suit and then tailor the suit to them. we can swap out different sizes of certain components, and then certain components themselves can be adjusted and really tailored to the astronaut. And in some cases, we customize certain things, maybe gloves or things like that, we can customize to an individual who's in the suit. As to the safety or the redundancy question, I'll give you a more high-level answer, but all of the critical systems, the ones that would cause, like, say, risk of health to the crew member, all of those have redundancy in them so that a failure could be tolerated, and you can actually continue going at the same capability that you have. And then in some cases, you may drop down in capability, but you still have made a safe environment within the spacesuit.
Joey, over there. And on the side. Yep.
Thanks, Joey Roulette with Reuters. The Artemis 3 missions a few years from now and SpaceX's Starship keeps evolving. How much do you think this suit will change, the suit design will change before it actually gets on the moon? And also, how long will it take to custom fit the suit for specific astronauts? Thanks.
Yeah, so we do expect, so we're not through the qualification process yet. We do expect some minor tweaks, but I'll tell you, over the past 2 years, we have really iterated the design quite quickly. What's underneath this layer is not the same as what was there a couple of years ago. We have changed many things and have really improved and optimized certain things. So certainly, we have kind of this iterative process that we go through and with a lot of testing in-house to refine the design. But absolutely, I mean, we'll find something, small things here or there that we have to go fix, and that's a very normal part of any complicated system development. Sorry, remind me of the second question. I didn't hear So tailoring fit really doesn't take too long. Typically, we'll take an individual's measurements and then we pick the right sizing. And once we have the right sizing, you can be inside the suit and we can adjust it. We don't have to, it doesn't take long, a couple minutes. I mean, it's not, now if we're gonna do a full customization, it might take a little bit longer than that because we may have to go produce things, but yeah, it's not a long process.
Gentleman here in the middle.
Yeah, hi, Robert Wall with Aviation Week. Question on the path forward to launch to Artemis 3. What would you say are some of the key test milestones you still need to accomplish in the next 2 years? And can I also just check with the Collins decision, has that at all affected your, either the value of the contract or the scope of work that you're being asked to do?
Sure, so key test milestones, typically the way this works is there's kind of an increasing progression in the criticality of the tests. So tests will, just generally speaking, will start internal to Axiom in our labs and some of the what we call test rigs that we have to test the suit and ensure that it's safe. And generally speaking, you'll progress up, the culminating event is typically like a thermal vacuum chamber run because it's the one place where you can simulate the space environment the closest, where you can fluctuate the temperatures and remove all the air and get the metabolic rate of the person higher, so we can really test the suit in that environment. So those tests are still yet to come, and we're kind of beginning that incremental progression up to that culminating event. As far as the Collins question, it really hasn't affected us too much at all. When we began this effort, we were extremely focused on, and we remain very focused on the work that we have to do. The tests that I was just speaking about require an enormous amount of planning and attention to detail, and there's many things to sort out, because when you make a spacesuit, you don't just make the spacesuit, you have to make all of the supporting equipment and everything around it, and that takes a tremendous amount of effort and focus. So we've really been focused on the work that we have to do and just kind of being aggressive with the schedule to really push as fast as we can, and we just focus on that.
Great, and we have 3 questions on this side, so we'll start here in the front and then work our way back. Thank you.
Thank you. Stefan Baranski from Aerospatiale magazine in France. We're talking about longer stays on the moon, so I'd like to know what is the life expectancy of your suit before it has to be maintained, repaired, or replaced, please?
So the answer to that question depends on which piece of the suit. Not everything is equal typically in systems like this. There's some components that are, say, intentionally sacrificial. You might replace every single every single spacewalk, but the majority of the system can last for multiple, like I would say multiple mission campaigns. It's been a driving factor for our engineering team, and then also with Prada here to select, like just as an example, to select materials that are robust to the environment that we're putting the suit in, because we want it to last as long as possible. So certainly the early Artemis missions are not something we're worried about, but we have kept our eye on the vision for a long-term sustained presence and maximizing the overall life of the suit.
And I would add, if I could, I think Russell's team very cleverly looked at and addressed design for maintenance. So every single component can be removed individually. So designed very specifically for the ease of removing individual components to be replaced. Very, very different than the current suit.
Good morning. Gurubir Singh, Astrotalk UK. Wondering if you can say a bit more about the specification, specifically 3 aspects. This will be the first time going to the south pole of the moon. And I'm wondering what attributes you had to cater for in the design, maybe to deal with the lower temperature, different terrain, lighting conditions. Secondly, in an emergency, if it was necessary on the surface of the moon, could a male suit be converted for female use? And then thirdly, sustainability is a theme here. We've seen recently the problems with compatibility between space suits and spacecraft, but there will be more companies making space suits. Are you working to any international standards in developing the spacesuit design?
Okay, I'll try to remember those. The first I think was about the environments and what drove from the South Pole. Certainly the lower temperatures. So we see much colder temperatures there than say historical missions. Certainly colder than say low Earth orbit where the International Space Station is. And Apollo, all the Apollo missions were equatorial on the moon, and so they were typically on the higher temperature side. So the cold temperatures certainly drive a variety of aspects of design, material choices, but other things. You also pointed out the lighting environment. That's very unique to the poles of the moons, especially the South Pole, where the sun doesn't get very far above the horizon. So when you're walking around, you're constantly either looking at a very long shadow or you're looking straight into the sun. And so we've partnered with others like Oakley for some optical system design to enhance the astronauts' visibility and things like that. And those things have driven a lot of say some of the more detailed decisions we made in the engineering world. So I think we could talk for a long time about that, but those are probably 2 good examples. As far as your question with the male and female suit, there is no male and female. It's just one suit design, and it accommodates any individual, and we can just tailor the suit straight to them. So it's very flexible from a logistics perspective. As Matt said, we've designed the entire suit to be kind of compartmentalized so we can break it up and rearrange it very, very quickly. But also from a logistics perspective, many of the sizes cover, the way we can adjust them, they cover multiple other sizes. So like an analogy would be if you're wearing, say, a medium-sized t-shirt, we could make that medium into a small and into a large. So that we can adapt certain things. That's one way to think about it.
But that would be able to be done in an emergency on the lunar surface?
You would need to go back into the vehicle, but yes. I apologize, I don't remember the third.
And the third, I think, was on the sustainability piece, and interoperability, so...
designing for sustainability.
Yeah. International standards.
And I might take that one because it applies to our space station as well. Because we would like to, for our space station, for example, to accommodate SpaceX Dragon, ESA vehicles, Japanese vehicles, future Indian vehicles. So the development of standards is going to be very important on how do you attach to space stations. Similarly, interfaces to the spacesuit. I would say that we think we will be the spacesuit provider for everyone in the solar system.
I'm sure every company says that, and you might be, of course. But are there any standards that are being worked on internationally now?
It's certainly an ongoing activity. I think the difficulty at this stage of standards is it almost is who's first sets the standard, but there is a lot of discussion. And in some cases, for space station, for example, most of us are using the common NASA standard docking system, a common berthing mechanism for the attaching of modules. But we definitely need to work out things on how do you communicate when you're approaching a space station, what radio frequencies. Essentially the things that, if you go to any airport in the world, there are certain standards, there are certain markings that are the same no matter what airport you're at. We need those same sort of things for future space stations and spacesuits as well.
Thank you.
I think there was a third question back there. Yep, there you go.
Good morning, Silvia Sciorelli Borrelli, Financial Times. I have a question for Lorenzo. So Russell mentioned the importance of materials several times. You were mentioning a large investment in engineering. So I was wondering if you could talk a bit more about the materials and how much Prada has drawn from its Luna Rossa experience when working on these spacesuits. Thank you.
So I think on the material, I can say until a certain point, because I think there are confidentialities topic, but what I can say that most of the research we've done with them is how to blend also together fabrics, you know. Because, you know, one part is to have the right fabric, so the right fiber, but the other big part is how to blend them together. And I think this is where we worked very closely with them and making them understand which are the opportunity of blending different fiber for different scope. And there is like also big investment on researching on all the cooling part that is within the suit. And so I think that is where has been the research, and yeah, and that's it, because it's not just about the know-how and the research on the fiber, is also how you blend them together with the other fiber, how you mix it, how you design and shape it, and that's it.
Back in the middle.
Hi, my name is Luisa Conga from Polaris, and my question is in which way the suit is protecting the astronauts from the radiation on the lunar surface?
So a couple things on the radiation topic. So one of the, there's a lot of effort, maybe just start at a high level. There's a lot of effort that goes into mission planning that looks at what a predicted radiation environment might be. And so a lot of it is actually planned on the front end. If you're going for a hike, so to speak, you're gonna check the weather before you go for the hike so that you don't walk into a rainstorm, right? The suit itself, though, we do take a lot of the components through radiation testing to ensure that the suit itself can withstand that environment and that the electronics are unaffected. So we do a lot of testing here on the ground, and we have done that testing to make sure that all of the avionics and computers on board are good to go. And that's really the primary thing we do, is make sure that, hey, the suit itself will still function in that environment. And then you do get some help from some of the materials we use, but most of it is on the pre-planning side, and then just ensuring the suit will function.
Right there on the right-hand side.
Thank you. My name is Wojciech Kaczanowski. I'm from Space24 from Poland. I have a question for Axiom Space, because this spacesuit is specifically for Artemis 3 mission, but there will be next. So does Axiom Space have a talk with NASA about your participation in next missions?
Sure. Yes. I'll start and let Russell finish. Because it's not only for the Artemis missions, but we will use this spacesuit for our own space station as well. We also hope that we will be able to put the suit on the International Space Station. Russell hasn't mentioned this, but the suit's generally designed the same, whether it's on the moon or in low Earth orbit. So we really need a spacesuit for our space station as well. So we think that's a use case. We also think that there are commercial opportunities to put commercial astronauts or private astronauts in the spacesuit. But we're certainly committed to supporting NASA's missions through, I'm not sure how many, but yes, it's more than just Artemis 3.
Yeah, I agree with Matt. It's the design process we go through is comprehensive to ensure the suit is ready to go for all the missions. So, yeah, I don't have much more to add.
Over here on the left-hand side.
Thank you. Claudia Kessler from Astronaut in GmbH. My first question has already been answered because I've been working with female astronauts for a lot, trying to first female German astronaut to fly into space with Axiom. And we always had the experience that the spacesuits were designed for men. But I think you answered that already. So my next question is to Lorenzo. I'm working a lot in outreach and communication of space. So will you use this cooperation also for the communication of Prada, for commercial products, for a space line, for a space fashion line? I've just been talking about that this morning with other people here. Will Prada also use the cooperation of space for its own fashion?
I think like everybody does things for not just for let's say an opportunity reason, but I think like the real reason, I put it another way, the real reason why we started back in the day the America's Cup was to figure out, I mean, to really take the challenge and to really try to win the cup and in the 90s and to do something that was nice and not because there was like a commercial scope of need. And then we figured out we would need to create like a sport line for the sailor that were going on the boat, so we decided to design the Linea Rossa line of Prada, you know. So I think is the wrong perspective of looking at things. So first of all, we have ideas and visions, and then we figure out how those can work also commercially and so on. So of course, I mean, this is a tremendous opportunity, but the real nature of our group thinking is not like I do that for marketing reasons. It's really because we believe in that kind of way of thinking, and we always say is that if we could do things like America's Cup, Fondazione Prada, and working hard without selling bags, we will do it, but we need to sell bags to do so. So I think I will look in the opposite way. This is at least is the DNA of our company.
Excellent. Right here in the front. I'll come to you.
Thank you. Just on the heads-up display, is there any heads-up display, or how does it communicate to the astronaut? And if there is no heads-up display, is that an option into the future, like the F-35 and that kind of thing?
Yes, so certainly an option for the future. Currently, we're not using that. Currently, we have an off-board, like handheld device, let's just call it that, that we'll be using for kind of enhanced information display, imagery, maps, navigation data, those kinds of things. It's off the suit, yeah, correct.
And I think right here in the middle.
Hello, Elisa Anzolin from Reuters. I have a question for Lorenzo Bertelli. You said that you see more opportunities in the sector. Can you tell us which opportunities you are referring to?
I think like we are just the beginning of an era that is like comparing the 80s where internet was in the 80s, you know. So we are really at the beginning of the beginning of the beginning. So you have to think about that already. Whoever has enough deep pocket, whoever wants to go in the space could go in the space already today, if not for any health issue or other problem. But so let's say that today already anybody can go in space, at least on the ISS or in orbit. And this is going to be the same for the moon. So we're really just at the beginning. Today the problem is that the price ticket is too high, but as this sector will scale up, price will go down, like we've seen in our history, and so it's going to be accessible. So it's just, you know, the beginning where we will take all the risk, but we will get a lot of know-how, and I think like we will have opportunity, of course, because people, I'm sure there are people that wants to have the opportunity to go on the moon, to go in the space in a safe manner, in a safe way, and also like in a not too expensive way, and this will come, it's just a matter of time. And then for us, you know, this is, I think, is already a lot, it's just the beginning. There is something of the collaboration we're doing Axiom that you don't see here that I cannot anticipate, so it's not just about the spacesuit, but there is more to come. And then, you know, I give you also this example, like, just 4 years ago, no, 5 years ago, we decided to acquire the America's Cup team with the SPA of the group and to make it strategic. So after more than 15 years, we started the America's Cup. So it's not that something that we do, we decide, this is strategic, and so we need to invest. We start a journey in a affordable way, in a sustainable way, also economically wise. And then if it's going to be strategic for the group, I don't have the answer right now, but we will see maybe in 10 or 15 years. So this is a bit the way we work.
And we have time for 2 more questions. Back there on the left-hand side.
Thank you. Good morning. Elisabetta Rosso from Page. My question is, what was the hardest things to make about the suite space? And is there something that you want to achieve but wasn't impossible at the moment? Thank you.
This is a good one. There's a lot of hard things on a spacesuit, and I think maybe one I could point to is, say, the boots. When you walk on the surface of the moon, especially at the South Pole, you could be walking on a surface that's many hundreds of degrees above zero and hundreds of degrees below zero. So the insulation of the boot how you insulate the foot from the surface is a particularly tough challenge. We believe at this point we've solved that challenge, but that one was a tough one in terms of just ensuring comfort, of course, but making sure that it's from a safety perspective and then also just a functional perspective that we provide the right amount of insulation for that. I didn't hear the second part of the question if there was one, but.
Okay, last question. Right here, second row.
Antoine Meunier, French website lachroniquespatiale.com. You mentioned previously that the Apollo suits were tailor-made, and you also mentioned that you will use this suit for the Axiom station, as for the Artemis 3 mission. So it's a clarification, how many units do you plan to produce?
Yeah, so when you make a spacesuit, we don't typically often talk in the measure of like numbers of spacesuits or units. And the reason why is because you need kind of a pantry of items to size different people. So the exact number I really can't say. It depends on a number of factors. It depends on who is flying, how many people are flying, how frequently they're flying, and things like that. But what we do is we look at those mission parameters, and then we can calculate out of that what we need to provide to support. And we're working on many ways to open the aperture in terms of how many people we can fit, while minimizing how many sizes we need to cover that range, so that we can minimize how much hardware we have to fly, essentially. Yeah, thanks.
Well, thank you, everybody. I'm going to offer it up to Russell and Lorenzo for any closing remarks. Russell, over to you.
Well, one, just thank you for everybody for being here. This is a pretty exciting moment for us. Really, really happy and proud to share it with all of you. I'd like to thank the teams, both the Prada and Axiom teams, that have worked so hard to reach this accomplishment. I know that at the beginning, I think this partnership was very unintuitive, maybe, or unexpected to people. But it's been amazing. As Lorenzo mentioned, Prada is really much more than fashion, and we've seen all the might of engineering that they have. And I think when we look back in the future on this partnership, we'll see that we're really pioneering something new here that is joining the space sector with other sectors and kind of together going into space. So thank you.
Thank you, Raz. So no, I'm gonna take it maybe in a more romantic way, in the sense that since I work with the space community and most of you are from the space environment, space community, I would say for you there is an obvious choice, to go and explore the space, and maybe it's not always obvious in our world. But what I find out talking with a lot of people that have been on the ISS or been in space is that all of them really appreciate Earth and home much more. Like when we travel abroad, we always appreciate home much more than usually we do when we are at home. And so I think that understanding space is necessary to understand also how much we are lucky at home on planet Earth and how fragile is it and how beautiful it is. And so I think like also the mission that we have as a space community, and even maybe we're not like still part of the space community, but after maybe the Artemis mission will be, I think is really to explain people how lucky we are on this planet. And I think we have also this mission, and I think, and so we're super honored to make like space and the challenge of adventure more known with people like that lives every day here. So I think this is a big challenge that all of us we have.
fora. And it is complex. It is not easy. And as you say, space Earth observation is only part of the solutions, but it is an important part. And it's not always easy to understand, also for companies, how can be used, how they can get business out of this data, flows of data that are coming, integration of this data. So have a look, because we produce also documents, for example, a deep dives on the biodiversity. Can really Earth observation help implementing the Biodiversity Convention? Now start the COP16 in Cali, in Colombia. Can Earth observation really help with urban adaptation? This is also all work that we are looking at to really help the use of these solutions at worldwide level. And there is a constant need to make sure that these ecosystems advance and really help meeting the objectives. At the end of the day, what we want is to mitigate and also adapt to the climate change, and it is a very big challenge worldwide. For example, we are now looking at, we said that we use the Earth observation for greenhouse gas emissions monitoring, but there will be in future the need to look more at land emissions. This is something on which work still needs to be done. And this is done a lot through also international collaborations. We are very active in dialogue with other champions worldwide, space dialogue with Japan, with the US, with South Africa, international collaboration, scientific collaboration, policy collaborations. Well, we cannot go alone, nobody goes on alone, but both for policymakers and for private companies, there is already a lot there that can inspire and can help. And we refer to the World Economic Forum, which is very important. Everybody looks at their here or by here statistics and list of priorities, but there are also the Eurobarometers, where we test the mood of citizens and people and the main preoccupations for people. And in spite of the crisis, financial crisis, the war, the health system issues, climate remains always a big preoccupation because we see the impact of worsening situation. So also there is this strong support of citizens and public opinions to push further this work. And again, it will be science, it will be applications, it will be the services, but really we need this additional help to understand the Earth and to move from monitoring the Earth, which was the beginning of Earth's observation, into understanding what's going on the Earth, and this is really where we are now. But we need a step further through the global community to move into what I said is the Earth intelligence. It's a much more complicated system, biophysical system, but also all other elements, demography changes, and we really have to have a combination in the models and in the data, in the interoperability of the data, in the integration of the data, to really take actions based on very solid knowledge. This is where we are going with the research through a global effort and collaboration at the international level.
Thank you so much, Alessandra. And you said action, and when we mean action, again, Alessandra will put you on the spot as a bank. The action means business opportunities and clients and financial products that are commercially viable and that innovate and grow. So looking ahead, could you give us a bit, a future perspective of what do you think EIB and other institutions, EBRD will get some clients from you hopefully, can do in the future to support this movement towards the green transition and financially viable projects? Thank you.
Sure. I think we start by being part of the community that should raise awareness of the importance of first of all, the challenge that we have, because it's not so given for granted. There are still there's still a lot of resistance in accepting the huge challenge we have ahead in terms of climate transition. There is a lot of education to be done in the ecosystem for actually a business understanding of the usability of a lot of these data. Is a bit like, like AI, any business can actually find applications of, artificial intelligence to optimize, the business. And it's, the amount of information that can be used in very many, industrial and business verticals to bring across more compelling business cases is huge. And it's not that well understood yet. As EIB, we see a big challenge in the scale up of the companies that are either deploying the infrastructure or that could become big users of this data, and this is also a general challenge of the European innovation sort of investment panorama. It was highlighted in the Draghi report. Is one of the priorities also of the Commission. How we support now from the early adoption and early deployment of the infrastructure and early adoption of these data-driven sort of business cases, the scale up to the next phase. And in this, we are actually coming forward with a dedicated envelope for scale-up finance to innovative companies, which will of course look at space data use as well. I mentioned briefly earlier on, so it's a debt product that we will dedicate to companies that are now accelerating their either infrastructure deployment or business case expansion. In selected verticals that for us are always pretty much associated to climate transition, climate adaptation, risk management of climate events. And another sector that we're looking more and more with attention is biotech use and space-derived data for human health and biotechnology development. It's something that we'll see some potential and we will dedicate part of our resources to.
Great, thank you so much. So as we said, there are a lot of data, but what we need is actionable information, so investors know what to do with it as well. So I think that's a very important element you brought here. We have a few minutes, and I do want to give the chance for the audience to ask a question if you have thought of one. I don't know, maybe someone wants to raise their hands. Do we have a mic? Thanks. Please introduce yourself as well, if that's okay.
Hello. Yeah. Hi. So Ryan Laird from Green Orbit Digital, so marketing consultancy focusing on sustainability. So let me get the. I wrote it down here. So really, I just wanted to ask, what would you say are the key communication challenges really in promoting investment in space-based sustainability solutions, really, particularly engaging non-space? So. Yeah.
That's an excellent question. And I think all three would say that information and marketing and visibility is important to explain a very technical topic to a non-technical audience. I don't know if I can pass you the floor. Yes, maybe Alessandro, thank you.
I think one needs to change a bit the paradigm of thinking with regard to sustainability and data relating to sustainability. It has to do with, from an investment perspective, it has to do with the resilience of the business case to risks. So the way that you actually make your business case more resilient to downside risk, being it unavailability of your infrastructure, reduction of your market, and the likes. The more you can use data from all sources that allow you to make your business case more resilient, the more you're going to be successful as a venture, and that's the framework within which I would see use of space-derived data for sustainability. I mean, it's because we have this idea that data for sustainability means fundamentally it's very much linked to protection of biodiversity, ecosystems. It has a very narrow sort of application in the general sort of like public understanding. But to us, I mean, we actually, as a bank, we have a climate risk rating of our investments. So we do an analysis of how, not only from a credit risk perspective, but from a climate risk perspective, an investment will or will not withstand certain downside cases and stress cases, from assets becoming stranded because they're no longer used, to markets disappearing, to unforeseen events affecting the production capacity, their infrastructure use. So this is really the angle that I would think we should be looking at when we talk about sustainability data and investment decision.
That's a good point, because obviously you have to adapt your messaging to who you're talking to. So clearly Alessandro will say you're losing money if you don't have the right data. So this is how you would talk to your clients. But maybe if I can jump on Alessandro Simonetta to say also on the public awareness, how do you explain that space has a positive impact on society and on the marketing? I don't know if you can give us a different flavor than just the risk, which is very important, Alessandro, but I think a different angle.
Maybe a different flavor is a concrete program that we have set up because we went to the US a few years ago, looked at the success model in the US of supporting new initiatives, new startups, and we created something which is called a Free Lab in ISA, which is a place where we actually favor companies to come, get the expertise, the right technical expertise, but also the right advice in terms of what potentially are the markets they can enter, who could be the the partners industrially that they can find, and what is the value added of a demonstration of a product that they might want to promote. So I think not only we are reflecting, we are trying to communicate, but we are really having very concrete measure, and this is only one of the many in my domain actually that we have set up in terms of a programmatic organized line, but also a place where people can go and get help in that respect of looking at markets, assessing the risk, and really getting support for the value added they can get as commercial sector in EU.
And just very quickly from my side, well, first of all, I would like to say that a lot exists that we have explained. Don't reinvent. A lot exists there. You can use it immediately, and companies are doing. Today, I really wanted to talk about policies, European, global, but believe me, now we are more and more contacted by insurance companies, by banks. We are organizing a workshop inside the Commission in 2 weeks on tipping point with the World Bank, with the European Bank. Businesses are really investing in biodiversity, and they are the financing sector. So a lot exists, and already the investment are moving on, and industry is really working a lot on this. And reach out. If you want maybe to know more with the data, what exists, don't hesitate. A lot is publicly available, but don't hesitate to reach out because a lot of things exist already and can be immediately used. Although there is a long way to go, I agree. Still a space for improvement.
Thank you so much. And maybe I would be a bit cheeky and also mention an initiative actually spurred by the ESA, which is called Space for Green Future Accelerator. And the marketing and how we explain what we do with Space for Earth is very much at the core of what we're trying to do there. And it's many partners, EBRD included, and the Commission, EIB, yes, you're part of it as well. So we are trying to make that communication for the non-space, people, basically, to understand what is the value. I think we're running out of time. We have 10 seconds. I don't know if there were many questions, but you can hopefully catch with our panelists later. I would like to thank you all for your perspectives, and if you want to give one last word for the public. You've got 1 sentence each as a conclusion, because I didn't take notes, so I'm not making any conclusions. 1 sentence each, please.
1 sentence is space is sustainability, and space is in support of climate relative essential for everybody. So happy to continue to work in this domain and work with you all and make it understandable to all.
Fully share, and it's a question of good collaboration by all partners. So more collaboration is needed to go on this, all partners.
Well, I conclude with, traditionally astronauts have had a different view of Earth than humans living on Earth. So I think there is a very great contribution of the space industry and ecosystem to, by always driving innovation, not having a legacy of of assets and investment paradigms that block actually development and promotion of new solutions. So it's with an optimistic sort of like outlook on the sector and contribution that I close.
Thank you so much. That was a long sentence, but we will take it. Thank you very much, everyone.
Vuole sapere come facciamo un benchmark?
be careful with the microphone. She says, turn it. Yeah, so it's obviously sensitive to. Hello.
Hola.
As you wish.
Hello. Thank you so much for coming and showing your support for the Amazon. We care about Amazon too. My name is Agnieszka Łukaszczyk, and okay. Don't fall down. And I chair the sustainability task force of the IAF. And IAF has this task force because it has realized that sustainability should be an integral part of the discussion when we talk about space technology and how it can benefit the Earth and the place that we live on. So our job is to actually talk about topics that are not your space topics, let's say, but about topics where space actually can be a solution and can really be impactful. Everybody knows about Amazon. It's the lungs of the world, and we should all care about it, regardless if we live in the area or not. And for various reasons, Amazon, as many other forests around the world, have been struggling. There have been a lot of fires recently in the Amazon. Historically, there's been deforestation and many different issues, and it is in all our interest to actually do something about that. So I brought together this panel of fabulous experts and people who really can give us some insights. You're probably wondering, why do we have Norway on a panel about Amazon? But I will explain that because there is a connection. And I will introduce my panelists very quickly, and then we're going to get right to the substance. And I hope that we'll have some time to actually take your questions later on. So to my immediate right, we have Christian Hagley Hansen. Is that good enough? Who's heading the Norwegian Space Agency. Then we have Irene Benito, who many of you probably know. She's face of Planet in Europe. And she works for Planet Labs. She's a director for government affairs at Planet Labs. Then we have Tom Greenwood from ISI, and he's in charge of mission sales and competitive intelligence. And last but not least, we have Rodrigo Leonardi, who's the director at Brazilian Space Agency, because obviously you cannot talk about Amazon without having Brazil at a table. So we're going to have very different perspectives of people coming from the private and public sector, and how that all intertwines, and what are we doing. But let's set a stage a little bit. In the last 10 years, in the last decade, many things have happened in the space sector. We are experiencing this space renaissance. Many companies came to be. A lot of these new space companies happen to be mission-driven companies. So they actually really do have a mission to help life on Earth by using this satellite technology. And they've been doing that. But there are also governments that have been very active, in public space agencies, and governments that have been also acting active in imaging the Amazon, but also doing a lot of research and science there. And so I would like to set the scene a little bit. Maybe, Rodrigo, I will start with you. Given the fact that you are from the Brazilian Space Agency, you probably know the most about the Amazon, and it's probably the closest to your heart because it's in your backyard. Can you tell us a little bit, first of all, what the agency is doing, and maybe a little bit how you work with, how do you see the involvement of the commercial sector when imaging the Amazon? Is that helpful? Do you collaborate? How do you see that partnership?
Okay, well, thank you for the invitation to contribute for this dialogue. I work at the Brazilian Space Agency, and these days I'm in charge of our space projects. And I would say that Earth observation, since day one, is a high priority for the Brazilian Space Agency. And inside of our portfolio, monitoring the deforestation of the Amazon has been something that we've been doing traditionally since day one. Actually, the agency today, we are 30 years old, but our monitoring deforestation of the Amazon, we have a program that's 36 years old. So we've been doing this on a regular basis since 1988. So we have a timeline of observation of the Amazon that spans 3 decades. Later on, in 2004, we also created a real-time detection of deforestation, so we can actually send our teams there to mitigate deforestation. So for 20 years, we've been doing this on a regular basis. The problem is the Amazon is a very large area. It's basically more than half of the Brazilian territory, and also very remote. Only 5% of the population is living there. So, you know, monitoring the Amazon from space is something that we have a lot of experience, but then acting on the information that you have is much harder, right? So you have to, you know, we have smaller teams. You cannot go in all the places of the Amazon, but it's something that you know, is a priority and will be a priority for us. 3 years ago, we have launched Amazonia 1. It was our very first 100% Brazilian Earth observation satellite. It's in routine operation these days, so we are using Amazonia 1 to monitor our own territory. We have also 2 other satellites that we have assembled with China that they help us doing the job. And of course, we benefit from the international community. We use Landsat. More recently, we have been using Sentinel. With ISI, we have 2 SAR objects that we have launched recently, and we use it together with Sensipan, which is an organization that's monitoring the Amazon. So there's plenty of expertise there, and with space, we can help with the task. Of course, the Brazilian Space Agency is not in charge of protecting the environment, or we cannot, you know, legally act or enforce the law, but we provide the data and the space systems that, you know, are necessary for mitigating it. These days, what we see also is that, you know, a lot of the community is also looking into smaller space systems. We have Planet, we have seen that with small sats, you also can do the job and maybe add value. And together with our industry last year, we launched a 6U satellite. It's called VCube, which has a payload, is a Brazilian payload on board, and with a resolution of about 3 meters. So we are also trying to pursue one day where we're going to have the capability to maybe to have a small constellation in Brazil. I think that's for the beginning. I think it's an overview of what we're doing. We've been traditionally doing it with larger satellites, and now we see a trend where we may also improve the task with smaller ones.
Thank you so much. Yeah, this is really helpful, and I think it's good to kind of. Sometimes we forget that you've been doing this for 36 years, you know, and only now, I think in the last few years, we're talking about this publicly, about what these satellites and that data can really do, what kind of information can give it to us, but it's not really so new. Obviously, we can see more now and in more detail, but you have a really wealth of experience there. And
if I just to complement, in 2017 we have consolidated all the data we had in hands, and today is publicly available on our website called Terra Brasilis. So if you browse it, Terra Brasilis, you're going to find all the data we have so far.
Excellent, thank you. And you've mentioned both of the companies that are sitting here. And I chose them for a couple of reasons. First of all, I think they're both excellent companies, and they both did something revolutionary in the space sector. So Planet was the first company in the world that miniaturized optical satellites, and ISI was the first company in the world that miniaturized radar satellites. And it really was a game changer of what you can do, what you can see, how often you can see, and how much data costs. It has changed everything. And Irene, maybe I'll go to you. Can you tell me, and of course Planet is a mission-driven company, it's a public benefit corporation. So what are you doing over the Amazon? I know you can see trees on a single tree level, but also, and maybe this is a bit of a tricky question and hard question, but those who know me, they know that I ask tricky questions. I like to push the envelope a little bit. But is it just a mission for you to do this, or is there money there? Like, is there a support? Do you see there's a support for, because obviously space is a hard and expensive business, right? So you can have a mission, but you also have to sustain yourself. Is there enough support, financial support from governments, and understanding to give contracts to satellite companies to do this job, or you really do it because it's really it's part of your kind of impact strategy?
Thank you. It's a two-part answer. I think, well, firstly, thank you so much for the invitation. It's a fantastic panel, and I'm honored to be sharing a chair and a spot with all my fellow panelists. So hello, my name is Irene. I work as a Director for Government Affairs at Planet. And as Agnieszka said, Planet is extremely invested in the topic of deforestation monitoring and restoration efforts. I think Rodrigo very correctly pointed to the enormous value of Earth observation data when we're looking at deforestation. This is a technology that is uncomparable to other kinds of tools that we can have to detect and fight deforestation. The coverage that we get with satellites is just unparalleled to other kinds of technologies. So if we're looking at drones or planes or field deployments, you cannot get this daily large-scale coverage and harmonization of data that you get with Earth observation. So it's a very useful tool. Planet comes in, as Aga says, with a new way of doing space. And I mean, I'm going to be speaking only about Planet here, but we are part, and I think an important part of the new space revolution, which has been fundamental, I think, to fill in some very, very, in a way, lethal gaps that public missions had when we're talking about deforestation. So in 2017, Planet completes this constellation, and we're able to monitor every day. We like to say at a near tree level, so 3.5 meter resolution, the whole planet. So we're doing a line scan of the Earth. Every day, you don't get daily imagery because there's clouds, but you can also fuse this data with others. And it means that on a daily basis, we can detect anywhere in the world where something is happening to a tree or to a small group of trees. So imagine what this can do for efforts of deforestation fighting in the Amazon. This means that when a single tree is chopped down, when you have selective logging, when you have a road that is being built to then bring in the machinery and the logs out, when you have degradation, you can detect it almost in real time, and you can empower those that can take action with information to know where to go. And I think a great project that we have there is with the Brazilian Federal Police, Polícia Federal, which are using our data and the analytics of our partner, ESICON, which is a local partner in Brazil, to build, to use and leverage an early warning deforestation alert system. So every day they're using our daily imagery over the Amazon, the Brazilian Amazon, and they get alerts every time an incident of deforestation or forest disturbance happens, and they can then go and investigate. And with this, they're fighting illegal deforestation caused by illegal mining, by the harvesting of illicit drugs, by the building of airstrips for transportation of these drugs, by illegal extensions of agriculture, et cetera, and the project is having great results. In the first year, illegal deforestation fell by 55% in Brazil, and there's been, I believe, over 3 billion of fines and seized assets that the police have been able to take from offenders, because as I said, they can take action almost in real time, which you couldn't with lower revisit and lower resolution constellations. But of course, they're all complementary. And now about the mission. So Planet Exactly was founded on this mission to image the entire world so that we have transparency and we can take informed actions to protect our planet, really, and have a more sustainable and more safe world. What happens that some of these issues are just too big. So we have, the fight against climate change, the fight against environmental decline, security globally, which I think no single actor can really tackle unilaterally. No company, no government, no NGO, no organization. So I think that what PPPs bring to the table in case of these humongous challenges cannot be underestimated, and we're working closely with the Norwegian government on this, and I really think it's the way forward, and I can speak more about that later, but I think I already took too much time, but yeah.
Thank you. You have actually opened, led us to the next questions that I want to take you to, but before that, it's actually, so those of you who don't know, I used to work at Planet, and also I'm going to tell you a little bit personal anecdote because it's going to demonstrate how successful this project in Brazil is. So it just happens that my husband is Brazilian, and I spent some time in Brazil, and he's from this small town in Minas Gerais called Uberaba. And I had to go to Police Federal to extend my visa because we were there for 8 months. And I had to fill out a paperwork, and it's a small town, middle of Brazil, small office, police office, and I had to put my profession where I work, and I put Planet, and the officer, again in this small town, who's like, Planet, we use your data all the time. So the fact that, like if I go in Europe to a lot of police, they would never know about this, but it's so spread that all these offices around the country are really using that data to the point that it's like it's not a big deal almost, like you have access to Wi-Fi, you have access to Planet, so I was really impressed by that. And you also mentioned that, about your imagery and that you cannot, you're imaging every day, but you cannot see through clouds. Well, ISAI can. ISAI can see through clouds. They have radar satellites. So it's a little bit of a different model. It's actually excellent when you can use 2 data sources and get and fuse them, because then you really get the right information. But tell us a little bit about ISAI, Tom. Why? What are you guys doing in Brazil? Because I know you are doing quite a lot of work. And also, is it more difficult with radar data to reach end customers? Because radar data is a lot more complicated to read, to deal with, right? It's not just a picture. And we know that the end user doesn't really care where the data is coming from. They want answers to their questions. They want solutions. How do you tackle that? Do you work with partners? Give us a little bit of an overview.
Sure, thank you. And thank you for the invitation to be here. It's a real pleasure to be part of this panel. So for those that don't know, we've probably already heard a little bit this morning anyway about ISAI. So we are a Finnish-based Earth observation company, and we specialize in the miniaturization of radar technology. So SAR is not innovative and new in and of itself. It's really the miniaturization of that technology that has seen ISI benefit from this kind of small sat revolution. And rightly so, we kind of focus on two things: persistent monitoring and high revisit. So the persistent monitoring comes into the fact that the technology is unimpeded by cloud cover and meteorological conditions, which means that you can acquire data 24/7 in total darkness. And we've seen some really, really effective use cases around that in terms of monitoring a region such as the Amazon, which is covered in cloud sort of 60% of the year, and also illicit activity, which tends to take place at, under the cover of darkness. So we've seen really, really effective use cases by some of our customers in those kind of areas. The fact that we've been able to miniaturize this technology and mount it to a small satellite about the mass of 100 or 120 kilos means that we've been able to launch the largest constellation of SAR satellites in the world. So we've launched more than 40 satellites now since 2018, which gives us that really high revisit rate. And I think I checked yesterday, the Amazon region, we can image anywhere between 7 and 8 times per day. In a number of different modes, so we can kind of target those applications based on the resolution and the footprint of the image that you want to see on the ground. Coming to your point about the challenging use of radar data, it is a skill, and many organizations don't necessarily possess the in-house expertise to analyze radar imagery. It is a very specialized technology, and to address that point, we have focused on 3 different verticals. So we have missions customers who are interested in owning and operating their own asset on orbit. The 2 satellites that we sold to the Brazilian Air Force have been mentioned already. We have data customers who are expert SAR users and can actually extract the benefits and the insights from SAR imagery. And we have many different use cases and customers in Brazil using the data. But we also realize that there are experts in geospatial data that are potentially not experts in SAR. So we have a solutions business line that is specifically focused at those users. And that is where we have our own in-house team of analysts that can extract information from SAR imagery, often big stacks of SAR imagery, so 100, 200 images over the course of a few days. And then that data set is what we share with the customer. So our initial focus has been on flooding and wildfires. And actually, the flooding that happened in Brazil earlier this year, we shared with the Brazilian government, and they were very, very grateful to receive the data in a ready-to-use format. But deforestation is actually in our pipeline as well. So we're looking to launch some kind of deforestation monitoring product in the future, where we can actually quantify the amount of land that's been cleared using our own kind of analysts, and then share that information so that it's much more readily accessible for users.
Great, thank you so much. This is really, really exciting to see that you can reach all those different corners of the world and actually have a positive impact. Irene, you also mentioned public-private partnerships, and that brings me to Christian. I said in the beginning, why do we have Norway talking about the Amazon? Well, Norway is one of those strange countries that actually funds public good projects around the world simply because it's the right thing to do. And when I say strange, I say it in as a compliment, because I think more countries would do that, should do that. So what Norway is doing, and Irene touched a little bit on this, but in short, and you can tell us more about it, they do a lot of things, but the thing that I want to talk about is this program called NICFI, where they cooperate with FAO. And pretty much they procure commercial space data. They give it to FAO, and then FAO distributes it for free and certain licenses to all the countries in the tropical belt with the tropical forests. So about 30 degrees, I think, right, on both sides of the equator, so that they could use imagery to monitor their forests and stop or decrease deforestation. And as you can imagine, the Norwegian Space Agency is a big part of that program. Can you tell us a little bit more about it? That's number one. Number two, do you think it's working? Because NICFI has been in operation for a couple of years, for a while. And do you think, well, actually the answer is yes. I'm going to answer for you. If other countries should get involved, yes, they should get involved. And is that, like, do you think that is going to happen? Like, is there attraction? Thank you.
Yeah, well, thank you for the introduction and thank you for having me on the panel. In this regard, I do represent the Norwegian government as an extended arm in terms of implementing their national strategy. And I think an important question is to put this into perspective. What is the actual ecosystem that we're talking about? I think Rodrigo obviously gives a great introduction of the perspective from Brazil, and then operational companies seeing how you can deal with the problem. From a Norwegian political viewpoint, we need to see this in a more holistic picture. So we are trying to, of course, monitor and understand what actually is happening through international cooperation. We just had our Ministry of Climate and Environment visiting Brazil in order to renew the commitment in cooperation on monitoring the rainforest. We know there are drastic changes. There are droughts in the Amazon, causing increase of forest fires. So counting trees is one thing, but we, as a government agency, we need to have the more holistic approach on what this is about. And saying that, the NICFI program, as you point out, the Norwegian International Climate and Forest Initiative, was initiated all the way back in 2008, before we started looking at satellite data. So this is, if you're looking at why are we here, it's an approach in terms of how do we see our role in terms of supporting protection of the tropical rainforest. So this started as a political initiative many years ago, and now when it emerged, the program was actually realized 2019, and the Planet in jointly with KSAT, Norwegian company, and Airbus got the contract. Why this constellation? First of all, KSAT is able to download and has contracts with Planet from the operation in Svalsat and many other places. Airbus had the historical data in terms of archives, so we need to see the long-term trends, as Rodrigo pointed out. So this is a long-term commitment. And you mentioned the development of the NICFI program. It's been running for 4 years. It's been funded by the Norwegian government. Now we're re-tendering this. We need to look at this in a longer perspective. And I'm very pleased to say that the Norwegian Prime Minister, Jonas Gahr Støre, he announced now at the end of September that we want to prolong this tropical rainforest program to 2035. So we're really talking about an extension. That doesn't mean that we have the money for all that period, but it says that there's a political will to do this. Currently, this is more than 60 countries involved in the NICFI program, 30,000 monthly users, so it does work. And you talked about it, and I really like the approach from Planet, looking at the total value chain. We really need to look at who are the end users, and I'm sure Rodrigo can comment on this. This was a theme on the Global Space Conference on Climate Change that we had in Oslo last year. How are you actually approaching the end user? Who are they, and how can you mentioned some of them, that they are saying that they are using this for real. This is what it's all about. So, and I think this is a challenge both to Planet and to ISI. I mean, it's fun building satellites. I come from the satellite industry myself, but you really need to have to do it for a reason, and the answer is with Rodrigo. So thank you.
Thank you so much. I mean, this is like, imagine if every country would have a project like this, just on one thing, one topic, a public good topic. We could really move forward when it comes to sustainability efforts, big time. So this is a fantastic model, and hopefully it's going to be replicated in other areas, and to see what a relatively small country, how it can be impactful globally, it's really admirable, and you have to do it, as you say, for a mission, right? Like you don't so the country that Norway is paying for it. Planet, Irene, I would like to hear from you a little bit on that, because obviously Planet is paid for the data, but it's hugely discounted, right? And more than that, you could say that you're losing some customers because they get that data for free, but you still want to do it, right? So can you tell us a little bit about thinking behind that when it comes to Planet, because it's still a business, but it's a public benefit corporation.
Definitely, thank you. And great program, Nikvi. I want to talk a bit about that after, but starting with the mission and how companies that are so mission-driven like Planet survive. We, as I said, we were launched really with this objective of taking the pulse of the planet and being able to help and support global efforts to preserve humankind and the Earth. And then we went public, so that was in 2012 and 2010. Yeshka's looking at me. Yes?
We went public.
And we went public, sorry, in 2021 in December as a public benefit corporation. And what that means is that we're equally responsible to our shareholders for our financial performance as for the pursuit of our impact mission. So this means that our impact objectives are completely entrenched in every single decision that we take at the company. We make sure that our customers, that our partners, that our prospects are aligned or are complementary in their mission too. And we walk away from business if this doesn't work for real, but we also drive the development of our programs and of our projects and hardware. So we just launched a month ago our new hyperspectral satellite called Tanager. And so these are 420 spectral bands, 30 meters spatial resolution, and a lot of the data from this satellite is going to go to an NGO called Carbon Mapper, that is going to take the data and is going to analyze it to detect super emitters of methane and carbon. And this is one of the kind of impact projects that are really driving our hardware development at Planet. However, being impact-driven can be challenging because, of course, we also need to make money to build the satellites and pay salaries. And I think that's where, partnerships like NICFI make so much sense. When you're looking at a global public good, like preservation of the Amazon, the issue is that everyone benefits, every single organism on the planet benefits from preserving tropical forests, but who's going to pay the bill? Like an individual, it's very difficult to pin down that one person that will pay for it. And that's why pulling together resources, pulling together technological development, pulling together financial commitments, expertise, et cetera, from the governments, which also have a public mission, and companies like Planet, makes a lot of sense. However, in the future, I'm hoping that in topics such as deforestation and preservation, we're going to actually be able to create a market. I think a big problem around public goods is this issue around externalities. So if you are a deforester, you think about, okay, how much does it cost me to cut a tree? So I have to pay for the equipment, my time investment, the opportunity cost, and then I'll get paid some money for this tree. But you don't factor in the cost to society of losing this tree or of planting a tree, because it's spread amongst everyone on the planet. But I think in Earth observation, we have a huge opportunity to help create incentives and price these externalities correctly. And that's something that we're also working on to make sure that we're not just launching satellites, but that the data is used. We have also just launched in Climate Week a new variable called forest carbon. And this is a first of its kind. It's every 3 months, so a quarterly base map of all the forest carbon in the world. So we're doing a carbon estimate of every tree and every forest globally, canopy height and canopy size. And we hope with this to be able to underpin effective carbon markets. So if we have a data source that is transparent, that is trusted, that is homogeneous and comparable across regions, people will be able to more effectively price and value the wealth and the value of these trees. And if then you're thinking about planting a tree, and not only are you getting satisfaction, but you're actually getting paid via carbon markets for that preservation efforts, then maybe we can start creating a market for this and not only relying on funding from donors and from foundations. So, and from, of course, also goodwill and investment of companies.
Thank you, Rena. Christian, you wanted to add something? Oh, okay. Rodrigo, well, was it directly to it? Yeah, go ahead, because I have another.
All right, thank you. I just don't want to take too much space, but I think this is a very, very important discussion. What is the actual cash flow? What is actually generating the money in this? And having a view of the total, again, the total ecosystem, in Norway, in order to justify this, we are not only looking at the individual profitability of each company, which is important, and the board will require it. Sooner or later, you cannot go with a continued loss. We are always challenged to do a socioeconomic analysis because much of this is non-tangible. You cannot access and saying that this has a worth of exact this much.
It's qualitative,
dollars.
not quantitative.
Yeah, it's qualitative, and much of our assignment is done by that. And that is why when you're looking at the motivation for funding, the commercial sector, the companies, private investor, venture capital, they will look at a profit. They will have to require a return on investment. We are looking also at philanthropists. We have now the Bezos Earth Fund is now jointly funding the next phase of the NICFI program.
Wow.
50% jointly with the Norwegian government. I think this is a hugely important step, that you actually have people that see the value in this. The third element is the motivation of the government, and that's where you come on to the more socioeconomic analysis. So we need to put this all together because the profitability of the company is important, but for the government, it's the whole value chain and how you view the ecosystem, how to make this work in the long run. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Rodrigo, did you want to add something to it? Or I have a question for you, but if you want to.
Well, I'll try to answer from the point of view of an agency. Of course, we always need industry together. Without industry, you don't have an ecosystem, so you don't have space systems. And I understand that industry has to look into profit. But since day one, we've been investing in our own space systems. We have invested in science in Brazil without looking into the profit aspect of it. And actually, since all the data we acquire with our satellites, they're made public and freely available to the international community. And it's something that we want to keep that way. Of course, we have find some models in Brazil, some industry that they manage to profit from it, but it's still what you would call old space. You know, main client is government. If it's government, it means taxpayers. So we need to explain to the taxpayers the value of going to space. Right. And I'm afraid that here, of course, I don't have to explain how important it is for you to have a satellite monitoring your own territory. Of course, it looks like trivial for us, but society, they still don't quite understand it. And also our politicians and decision makers, they don't understand how valuable this is. So if you have a system that is delivering results to your society, and society understands how valuable the results are, then everything else will find a place. And even industry, they will manage to sell a service that we appreciate. They will find the profit they need. We will understand why we're doing that. And society, at the end of the day, will be, the one benefiting from it.
Yeah, 100%. And I think this is a very good point that you've mentioned, that we need to have a really good narrative when it comes to the public at large, because we all, preaching to the choir here, right? And we all understand, we all agree, we all nod. But really, the users are out there. And a lot of them think when you say space, it's weird. And they think also when you say satellites, they think it's extremely expensive. And so it's really important that we actually go out there and talk about simple terms about the tangible impact. And I think this is what we can do a little bit better, Christian.
I think we're talking about something really important. This is about taxpayers' money when you're talking about government. This is very, very important because it's a competition between everything else, transportation, healthcare, education, and so forth. And you asked, does it work? And the measures that the Norwegian government are imposing on this is that we have agreements, like with Brazil and other countries, saying that there are some targets in terms of the rate of reducing the deforestation. There was an example, it was not Brazil, another country, where they're not reaching the target. And then the government is in a position to say, okay, so we'll turn down the money flow until you restore the actions. And this actually worked, because it was only 2 years ago where they turned out the flow of money, and then the restoration came back on track. And then you can say, okay, so now we continue to support the prevention of your tropical rainforest. It actually does work because it's money involved.
Yeah. Yeah, good point. Tom, I wanted to I wanted to see if you wanted to add something to this conversation. I know you governments are your clients, and Brazil is one of them. Do you, and obviously satellites, you know, both Planet and ISA operate both in kind of a civil, environmental sphere, but also in security, right? And defense and intelligence. And a lot of times, I mean, we know, let's be honest, more money comes from the defense and intelligence. You know, this is where governments really spend money. Do you see, from your experience, is there enough of revenue for those applications and for those programs that we're discussing here? For a company like ISI, or we have a long way to go?
Yeah, good question. So you're absolutely right. A lot of those kind of key expertise and the kind of advanced users are in the defense and intel sector. And that is where we see a lot of the data market that we, you know, a lot of the data that we're bringing down to Earth, it goes into that kind of use case. Something that hasn't been mentioned so far is the use of data in academia and scientific research, which actually is an area where we strive to do better and do more. And to that end, we're actually working with the European Space Agency and the European Commission on making our data more available through the Copernicus program, through third-party missions, to try and encourage the use of data and uptake of data in those scientific applications and journals, which, okay, those are academic exercises and potentially are not going to be able to take any action, but if they can then be used to inform action on the ground and inform decision makers, then that's a really key, important route into that discussion. So that's something that we're already doing, but we'd welcome more opportunity to do.
Thank you. Rodrigo, I want to go back to you because Amazon is obviously, I mean, the biggest portion of Amazon is in Brazil, but there are other countries that have pieces of it as well. And we're talking, you know, in these topics, you cannot avoid politics, obviously, right? So it's, and Christian mentioned how important it is to have this long-term view, right? So we have this continuity in these topics, in these projects. But a lot of decision makers in every country think in kind of election cycles, right? So I'm going to make decisions that are going to help me to get elected next time. Or somebody else comes from the other side of the spectrum and their priorities are going to be very different. And for us, from the sector, for scientists and people who kind of try to, you know, do the right thing outside of these politics, it's very difficult and frustrating sometimes to push these agendas forward. And then you look at Amazon and you have not only that, but you also have all these different countries involved. Do you see, is there a lot of collaboration between the countries, like, you know, like Peru, Colombia, Brazil, everybody who has stakes in Amazon? And are you able to build a common vision for the Amazon and how to restore it? Or is it kind of everybody does their own thing?
There is ongoing cooperation in South America. But indeed, we should and we need to improve it. Of course, if you're talking about the Amazon, you always remember Brazil, but you cannot ignore that Colombia is there, Venezuela is there, French Guiana is there, so Europe is in the Amazon as well, Peru. So Amazon goes through all these borders, which implies international cooperation is a must. We have ongoing cooperation. The most intense partner we have in South America is Argentina, so it's in the south of the continent. But we are assembling together 2 satellites, and we hope our satellites will help providing Earth observation data that's valuable for protecting the Amazon. We've been discussing with Colombia, Venezuela, and Peru. We had a bilateral meeting yesterday. about improving cooperations, but more can be done. I would say so. And also there's an idea that's flowing in South America about a Latin American Space Agency. Maybe in the future, if ALCE gets to be implemented, by default, they have the duty to bring the continent together and decide what is the best agenda. And I would say with all the climate change challenges we see today, protecting the Amazon is a must, not only for Brazil and South America, as well for the entire world.
Absolutely. Christian, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, I think you're setting it straight, saying how is cooperation going on. I think this is exceedingly important. Obviously, Norway is not doing this in a vacuum either. There are many nations and actors who are engaged in this. So you have on the company level, you have on the national level, but you also have on the international cooperation. You have the Montreal, the Kunming-Montreal Agreement on biodiversity, the Nature Agreement, which brings people together. You also have, for instance, the EU deforestation regulation, where Norway is part of this. So in terms of making this, having the holistic view and taking care of not only individual interest, but for the sake of everybody, you really need to have this type of regulation through the bodies like the EU, but also United Nations, and that is what drives cooperation. But it needs to be transparent. You need to tell people what you're doing and justify your initiatives.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I mean, it's clear there. Nobody can solve this alone. It's a really team sport. We have about 7 minutes left, and I'm wondering if there are any questions from the audience. It's an interesting topic. I already see a hand there in the back. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello? Yes. Didier Larry, I'm a personal retired consultant. A question to Planet and ISI. If Amazon is so important, we know that the location of Amazon zone near the equator would be perfectly served by equatorial satellites or quasi-equatorial satellites. With 1, 2, maybe 4 satellites, you reach immediately a 15-minute revisit. So this is very, very interesting. Do you have any plan in your company to particularly target this market of equatorial zones, Amazon, but also Indonesia, etc., with this particular orbit, equatorial orbit?
I can take it and say up front, I am not sure. I know that at the moment, the daily revisit that we have, so the roughly 200 satellites that are giving us the daily revisit are on a polar orbit, and that's how we're working. We do have a new constellation coming up for very high resolution 30 centimeter tasking satellites, which are going to be on different orbits. So potentially that one would allow us, and I know that the revisit and the plans are that there's going to be a 15-minute delay between tasking and delivery, and ideally this one could help with that too. But I've not heard of any plans to launch like specifically deforestation targeted assets. I know that our assets can be used for that, and also complementarily with other assets, for example, national assets, the Amazona constellation that Brazil mentioned, and for sure ISI's radar satellites, I hope.
Yeah, very similarly from us. So at the moment, all of our satellites are in sun-synchronous orbit. They go over the poles. We do have plans to launch mid-inclination orbits. I don't think we have any plans further than that. But similarly to what's already been said by Planet, the sheer number of satellites that we're looking to put in those orbits will give us a high revisit rate everywhere, so including the equatorial regions and the Amazon. So once we get to that full capacity over the sun-synchronous orbits, we should be able to acquire imagery every 3 hours, which we think is pretty good for most use cases.
Yeah, because we cannot forget that satellites are very expensive. So build satellites just for that relatively. It's not small, but like in the area, it's like will be difficult to make a business case for it. But I think for national governments, though, or international communities, as a purely public good mission, that would make a lot more sense. I saw another hand earlier. Yeah, here's the lady.
Hi, thanks for the presentation. It was very inspiring. My question is about the gap between image and data acquisition and concrete and corrective action on ground. So what's the current alert system? How effective do you find it is? And how are you planning to harmonize it globally, internationally, and using the combination of different types of constellations and different types of satellites? For any
Anybody,
of
right?
you.
Okay, you're talking about action, right? So in Brazil, we have a program which is 20 years old called DETER. DETER is a program where basically in real time we're monitoring the Amazon, and we can give alerts to IBAMA, who is an organization that's responsible for protecting the environment, and they can in a few days time to be on whatever is going on in the Amazon. And actually we make the data public a few days later, but we just avoid releasing it immediately because the people responsible for whatever is going on, they will know as well that we're after them. So this is a very concrete example of a space system that's already linked into our government organization. So we can give the alerts, and the organization responsible for enforcing the law can act as soon as possible.
Yeah, and that's according to the knowledge that I have also, that Brazil has been very efficient in the actual end state policing, to actually enforcing the proper regulation. But it will be a challenge in other countries where you perhaps have less enforcement capability, poorer infrastructure, it's hard to monitor. And the real-time capability, I'm sure that the companies can comment on that, in terms of from you do the imagery and the piping down, what is the time factor? We are working also on illegal fishery, where you really need to have a time span less than 30 minutes in order to be able to take the perpetrator. And so we're talking with it, we're talking with ISI, to looking at and I think the end state governance of this is really, really core to understand this from the end user perspective.
100%, and if I can add quickly to that, I think also what is just so fantastic of Earth observation is that it can help us in cases when we have limited resources. And of course, we can't have trillions of police on the ground. And what it can do is that it can give us that information in almost real time to be able to then deploy resources when they're scarce to the places where something is happening. It can be a person, it can be a drone, it can be something that goes and has a closer look. In terms of the project that we have in Brazil, it's been so impactful because by enhancing what is already publicly available, which is fantastic, and we are really standing on the shoulders of giants when we're talking about public missions, it gives us that small advantage that makes a whole difference, because it means that if you're able to detect a change at 3.5 meters resolution on a daily basis, you're going to be able to take action when the perpetrators are still there and before the damage is hundreds of square meters. So if you can take action when a couple of trees have been lost, a road is starting construction, and you can immediately go, you can catch them. If you have to wait for example, Sentinel-2 to pass over, maybe there's clouds, maybe a few weeks go by, you detect it at 10 meters per pixel, the damage is very large. So it can really, these new constellations that help fill in gaps are very, very impactful for this effective action that we need in the case of deforestation.
Yeah,
Can I go very quickly? So I would say downlink latency for all radar providers is a significant challenge, especially as we see the trends in increased resolution. So a lot of satellite providers can now image down to 25 centimeters, ISI included. And also we're seeing longer dwell times. So we have much more information-rich imagery, which can significantly increase the size of the image file that we have to try and downlink to Earth. So it's a significant challenge. We have a global access to a global ground station, and at the moment we can, from acquisition to delivery, we can commit to 3 hours. But we have plans to improve on that in the coming years.
And just one last comment. So next year, November next year, we're going to host the climate conference COP30 in Belém do Pará, which is the Amazon. I would like to invite the community to go there and explain the importance of space systems for monitoring and protecting the Amazon. Thank you.
It's so good that you mentioned that. I forgot, and it's so important that the community is there, that we're part of these discussions, that we don't just talk to each other, but we actually talk to people, to decision makers, and those who can really implement our data and make a difference. So I'm planning to be there, and I hope many of you as well. We're gonna have to wrap it up. It's been fantastic to talk to you about this. I feel like this is such an important topic, and we're talking about Amazon, but it's just like a model for everything else sustainability-wise, and that this discussion would apply to. And I think my main takeaway is that we need to work together. The international cooperation and cooperation between public and private sectors are absolutely essential, that we have to think long-term, and that we have to do this for the right reasons, and think about these issues globally. So just because something is not in my backyard, it doesn't mean that it's not affecting me. So thank you so much. I want to thank my panelists for fantastic remarks, and thank you all for being here with us and listening. Thank you.
hall 3, okay. Yeah, all right. Is that near the red room? It's the first level? Yep. Minus 1, minus 1. Yep.
confuse me when you just say roll the video, because there's a 1-minute video that's going to play at the very beginning. Okay. So you can say that while I'm walking up, just so we have more time.
Du hast den Klicker. Ja, ich habe ihn hierher gegeben.
o'clock. Let's start sharp. Welcome here to this afternoon's GNF session, an exciting one. Welcome to all of you. As Executive Director of the IAF, I'm extremely honored to introduce and moderate today's GNF session. Before starting into the introduction, remind you, you can submit questions through the Slido system. As usual, we'll try to maybe have some time for 1 or 2 questions at the end. Let's see. And yes, you know already how to operate Slido. Now, coming back to the session, we have the honor of having with us today one of NASA's most distinguished leaders, Pam Melroy, the Deputy Administrator of NASA. Pam is here to share NASA's low Earth orbit microgravity strategy, which is set to shape the future of human spaceflight in LEO and advance groundbreaking science, technology, and exploration. NASA has been enabling a continuous human exploration presence in space for over 2 decades. And as we look towards new commercial destinations on the horizon, Pam will be detailing NASA's vision for the next generation of human presence in low Earth orbit. Let me tell you a little bit more about Pam Melroy, whose remarkable career spanned both aviation and space exploration. A retired colonel of the United States Air Force, Pam was sworn in as NASA Deputy Administrator in June 2021. In this role, she works closely with NASA Administrator Bill Nelson, assisting in making final decisions and shaping the agency's vision, while representing NASA at different levels, at the highest levels, from the Executive Office of the President to international organizations and partners. Before becoming Deputy Administrator, Pam's career as a pilot and astronaut was nothing short of extraordinary. With more than 6,000 flight hours in over 50 different aircraft, including serving in combat during operations Desert Shield and Desert Storm, Pam's accomplishments speak for themselves. As an astronaut, she made history as one of only 2 women to command a space shuttle, logging over 38 days in space across 3 missions. And her expertise has been really pivotal to assembling the International Space Station, where she played critical roles on 3 shuttle missions, STS-92, STS-112, and she was also commanding the STS-120. With that incredible wealth of expertise, Pam is uniquely positioned to guide us through NASA's forward-looking strategy for low Earth orbit and how it will push the boundaries of microgravity science, exploration, and commercial collaboration. Please join me in an applause and welcoming NASA's Deputy Administrator, and I would ask to roll the video now.
The clock is operating. We're underway.
Hello and good afternoon. I am really thrilled to be here with you to discuss something that is very close to my heart, strategy. Specifically, our new low Earth orbit microgravity strategy. It's an effort to define what it is we want to accomplish in the next generation of human presence in low Earth orbit. But first, I'd like to just talk a little bit about what NASA has been able to accomplish strategically in the last few years. A few years ago, NASA received what we consider a gift, the ability to stay the course in a political landscape where administrations and priorities change every few years. Sustaining long-term efforts can be very challenging in this environment because, as you all know, the work that we do requires investments over many years to come to fruition. Fortunately, NASA is nonpartisan, and nearly 4 years ago, we chose to build upon initiatives started in previous administrations, which allowed us to create an agency-wide strategy for deep space human exploration, which each mission directorate and center and every employee could see themselves and understand how they were participating. We finalized that Moon to Mars strategy, setting goals and objectives that form a blueprint for responsible, sustained human presence throughout the solar system, and it has now blossomed into an architecture for achieving those objectives. Our Moon to Mars architecture is updated annually with your help and guidance, by the way, and this strategic approach has been a real boon for NASA. We also had the opportunity to look across the entire agency at other issues. For example, we recently released a cross-agency space sustainability strategy that is taking a foundational approach to solving the problems of preserving not just low Earth orbit, but the solar system for future generations. We have a climate strategy to focus on integrating all the Earth observations, integration data that we use, and our innovative technologies to better understand and address climate change. Additionally, we've undertaken a cross-agency effort called NASA 2040. It's a massive change management effort to ensure that NASA remains the preeminent institution for research, technology, and engineering. I often refer to this as the companion or the complement to our technical strategies because it allows us to make targeted investments in our workforce and our infrastructure to sustain that vision for the future. All these strategies are interrelated with each other, and we're trying to take a holistic approach across the whole agency to space exploration. We really want to look at scientific research, sustainability, and technological innovation while maintaining a wonderful place to work. And today, I'm pleased to talk to you about our newest cross-agency strategy, the LEO microgravity strategy. From the very beginning, NASA's human spaceflight programs have each built on each other. When you look at our experience in the space shuttle, we learned how to routinely launch people into space. With the International Space Station, we expanded our knowledge and experience of humans living and working in space for long periods of time. Now in its third decade of operations, the ISS is truly a marvel. It's been a test bed for long-duration microgravity research and technology, hosting nearly 4,000 research and educational investigations from over 100 countries. Teaching us how to sustain humans for long periods of time has been important. It's given us an incredible depth and breadth with relationships with our partner international space agencies, and without it, we wouldn't be ready to take the next step into deep space and Moon to Mars. But I want to share with you that we have methodically derived what we've always known intuitively, that LEO is going to continue to be central to all we do. Today, We know that the space station is a marvel, but it will come to an end, as all programs do. And the commercial space industry is proposing bold new destinations for scientific research and technology development. So maybe we should just leave it to them? That was the question we asked. And when we started really thinking about it, we realized there are such significant benefits that we have gotten from what we have learned in microgravity and in LEO that we need to continue to explore low Earth orbit, using all that we've learned and building into a new generation. So what comes next for humans in LEO? How do you answer a question like that? Well, maybe it's my physics degree, but I always go back to first principles. And first principles for us is, why do we go to space at all? What's the benefit? Why do we do this? Well, we do it because we gain things that cannot be gained by staying here on Earth. This was critical to our Moon to Mars strategy, and now it's critical to this strategy that we start with those benefits. And I think many of you have probably heard me talk about the 3 whys. So first one is science, second one is national posture, and the third one is inspiration. Our findings from this confirmed that we are on the cusp of a new era in human exploration, but low Earth orbit and microgravity will be essential to our missions. In science, microgravity allows us to peer beyond gravity, which dominates most of the forces here on Earth, into second and third order effects. It allows us to develop experiments and technology that will allow us to understand new insights into biological and physical processes. From material science to biomedical research, combustion, the insights that we gain are invaluable here on Earth. You, our partners, have been with us on this journey, and you know, just as we do, we're not done yet. We're only in our second decadal survey for the biological and physical sciences in microgravity. We have a lot more to go, and I think that's probably been obvious to everybody for quite a while. When it comes to national posture and capabilities, advancing technology enhances a nation's capability to solve problems. And the problems we have to solve are substantial. Microgravity technology and operational capabilities are going to be essential for the future. The real insight is understanding that even for exploring the solar system, yes, we tend to focus on the partial gravity operations on the surface of the moon, but most of those missions will be accomplished in microgravity, certainly as we go out to future destinations like Mars and beyond. We have to not just maintain, we have to advance technology in microgravity and retain our operational skills and advance them as well. It's going to be quite a trip to Mars in microgravity. We've also experienced the economic benefits of our industry capabilities. Commercial crew and commercial cargo have been revolutionary in the commercial space community. It's vital that we continue that capability. Also, the special international partnerships that we have forged because of the space station have been of incredible value and created a unifying force in this complicated world. LEO and microgravity and partnerships will be essential. For inspiration, LEO provides us a persistent, close to home, everyday, continuous presence capability to talk to students, to help them participate in science, to be there every day, to see on the video every day astronauts living and working in space. They're our seed corn, and we think we need a continuous presence in LEO to sustain the virtuous cycle. So what's the point of our strategy? Here's what we call our bumper sticker. Every word means something and was carefully negotiated. leading the next generation of human presence in low Earth orbit to advance microgravity science, technology, and exploration. We're leading. What does that mean? Well, we're not just waiting for something to evolve commercially in low Earth orbit. We are going to drive it to where we need to be to go on to Mars. The next generation of human presence in low Earth orbit, what does that mean? Well, that defines our focus. We're not trying to do everything that humans do in LEO or that everyone does in LEO, but what human presence in LEO specifically brings to us. So we're really focused on that human spaceflight part, what humans bring to the science, to the inspiration, and to the technology development. And the last part, of course, advancing microgravity science, technology, and exploration. It's actually really important. We talked a lot about this, the fact that low Earth orbit is a key aspect of this, as well as microgravity. While we've made amazing strides currently, conducting scientific investigations will always lead to new questions. So as a result, we're not finished. We need to keep going. And we have to focus on low Earth orbit because, frankly, it's a lot less expensive to get there than it is to get elsewhere. So it gives us a low-cost way of using the microgravity environment to develop the technologies that are needed. I recently talked to a school group and they were astounded that it only took 8.5 minutes to get to low Earth orbit compared to 3 days to get to the moon and 6 months to Mars. Well, that's not just time, it's money. Exploration highlights that certain microgravity skills and technologies will be best developed in low Earth orbit, like water reclamation and other life support technologies that will enable a Mars transport vehicle to successfully operate on the very long journey to Mars. As I said, every single word of our bumper sticker matters. Today we're at a crossroads. We're planning to deorbit the space station by the end of the decade, and our industry partners are working on new destinations. This is all happening faster than it might seem. If you stop and think about 6 years ago where we were and all the things that have happened, it just seems like a dizzying blur. 6 years from now is not very far away. We really have to be working on this. We have a high sense of urgency about working on it with our partners. We have to have clear eyes for whatever that end state is, and we're leveraging a proven process and guiding principles to set us up for success. First, we have a clear vision. I just described that. We then take that vision and break it down into goals and objectives to ensure that we have a strategic process headed towards success. We released our draft objectives for public comment in late August. Taking that objectives-based approach allows us to think about the what we want before we get to the how. That helps keep us focused in an environment where there are limited resources. These goals are going to guide us as we go forward. We will learn, things will change, and we understand that. But having the what we think good looks like in our heads matters tremendously. So once we finalize our goals and objectives with your help, I hope you contributed, our architectural approach starts from that desired end state and then works from the left to execute. So architecting from the right, executing from the left. If you saw the Moon to Mars strategy, this looks really familiar. We did learn a lot from our Moon to Mars strategy. In some cases, we used things that had been successful, and we've actually tried a few new things. So I'll try to highlight what's the same and what's different. One constant is that we massively value consultation. Diverse viewpoints enrich our perspective and help us identify things we've overlooked. That definitely happened in our previous strategy. Having said that, low Earth orbit is actually a lot more mature, and like I said, 6 years is coming really fast. So with the valuable partnerships that we have formed, the persistent presence that inspires people around the world daily, means our robust workforce brings deep expertise, and we need to figure out how to leverage that as well. Additionally, since finalizing the objectives, we've developed a robust architecture process to translate our end goal into action. We're going to need some kind of whole of agency process like we use the architecture concept review for Moon to Mars. We haven't quite defined what it looks like yet, but we will have an annual consultation process to make sure that we're learning and growing as we go. Finally, looking ahead, we realize things are moving very fast. Things are evolving very fast in low Earth orbit. That means we're going to have to evolve too in ways that we cannot predict yet. So we think we're going to need a staged approach to whatever dream outcome that we have. We have to recognize we may not be able to make the whole leap in one step. It really means that we need to be flexible and reactive. So let's talk about our categories. There's a couple that probably look familiar from the Moon to Mars strategy. Science, of course, front and center, one of the main pillars of why we go to space. And operations, also a critical aspect, the capabilities that we have. We do have a technology-focused area. We call them buckets or categories. Exploration enabling research and technology, very much focused on how we're going to support and sustain our deep space exploration. Commercial low Earth orbit infrastructure, international cooperation, workforce and engagement. I want to highlight the holistic approach to this. In our Moon to Mars strategy, we had different mission directorates take ownership of our different buckets. Well, that's true this time too, except this time we went beyond our mission directorates. Our Space Operations Mission Directorate, of course, is the senior stakeholder in this, but the Exploration Systems Development, Space Technology, and Science Mission Directorates are all involved. And we've involved our mission support organizations, like our International and Interagency Relations Office, Human Capital, STEM Engagement, and Communications. Each of them, probably for the first time in their careers, actually owns goals and objectives for what we are doing. It's kind of interesting journey. We've done this requirements development with our technical community. Now we're trying to do it holistically, including our mission support functions, because we've seen how much the ISS has given us. Let me just give you a quick snapshot of where we are on the goals and objectives today. We have 12 draft goals and 42 corresponding objectives across all the categories. Notably, science and exploration enabling research and technology account for half the goals and over half of the objectives. Goals in science cover space and earth science, biological research, and physical research. Exploration enabling research and technology focuses on technology, exploration, operations, and applied research that's relevant to deep space. Ops and infrastructure have 3 goals between them and 8 objectives, addressing national research and development, transportation and habitation, as well as ops. Our new categories, international and workforce and engagement, have 3 goals and 12 objectives between them. Over a quarter of our goals and objectives came from these new categories. And I'd really like to focus for a moment on international cooperation. That's so important to us, but we actually don't do that without workforce development and STEM. So these all really are working very synergistically together. It was really important for us to have a workforce and engagement strategy allowing teams to shape future capabilities to the work that we are doing today. So I talked about stakeholder engagement. As I emphasized, this is a draft. We have our first draft of the goals and objectives. We won't finalize the strategy without incorporating your feedback, just as we did with Moon to Mars. Like that strategy, we collected information in many different ways, starting with a month-long public comment period, followed by our internal crowdsourcing to get input from NASA employees. And We helped host 2 workshops in mid-September, one in London with the support of the UK Space Agency, thank you, and that was for international partners. And then we had another one in Washington, D.C. for our industry and academia partners. It was kind of an interesting outcome. They weren't contradictory, but they sure were focused on different aspects. So we've got a lot of learning and reflection to do as we absorb that. I think I do want to give you at least a snapshot of some of our key stakeholder inputs that we're trying to figure out how best to incorporate. The first one, of course, is space sustainability was not as front and center. And as we all know, LEO is one of the roughest places for us right now with orbital debris and congestion and contested environment. So we're going to have to figure out a way to interlock our space sustainability strategy with this as well. Second, we heard we need to actually message better the why. We need to articulate why what we're doing in low Earth orbit with humans is necessary. A lot of emphasis on commercial LEO infrastructure. In particular, we're thinking about our fabulous capability with commercial crew and cargo. Transportation is the lifeblood for LEO. There's no point in having a space station if you have no way to get there. So we need to make sure that we are protecting and enabling that critical infrastructure, starting with transportation. But there's other infrastructure too, including communications. But I think transportation is going to be front and center in a lot of the drivers for what we're doing. And finally, I just want to talk about the elephant in the room for a moment. Continuous human presence. What does that mean? Is it continuous heartbeat or continuous capability? Well, we kind of originally hoped that this would just sort of emerge from this process. We're still having conversations about that and understanding it, and would love to hear your feedback. Now that the comment adjudication period is in progress, and when it finishes, we can focus on next steps. This process is going to take us a few more weeks, and we have an executive council meeting planned for early December to finalize so that we can publicly release the goals and objectives by the end of the year. I gotta say, this has been really sporty for the team. We kicked it off in earnest in the spring, developed goals and objectives over the summer, conducted a month of comments and consultation, and are now in adjudication. Half the time that it took to do this for Moon to Mars. I want to thank the incredible NASA team for everything that we have done and the hard work that you have done to make this happen. We still have to take that next step. Great, we've got a picture of what good looks like. We like our goals, we like our objectives. What's next? Robin Gatens from NASA, who has spearheaded this effort, sort of joked to me, okay, we'll get those finalized and then maybe we'll take a day off. And then we're going to start developing requirements and capabilities. I'm sorry, Robin, there's no rest for the weary. Truthfully, we are behind and we feel it, right? There's a massive sense of urgency about developing the capabilities that we need by the end of the decade. We know we're going to need a process to establish how to decompose those goals and objectives like the ACR does for us. We just don't know what it looks like yet, but we're talking about it. I just want to say NASA is about solving hard problems. Whether in movies or pop culture, everyone knows we always try to tackle the hardest challenges. Over 50 years ago, we landed on the Earth-facing equator of the Moon. At the time, that was hard. Now what we're working on today, setting up a plan to land, stay at the South Pole near permanently shadowed regions, and then go on to Mars, is much, much harder, orders of magnitude. To create a sustained human presence throughout the solar system, to do this incredibly hard thing, you have to have some foresight and you need a vision for what the next 30 to 50 years looks like. That's hard. Hard is creating the architecture to make that happen and sustaining it. Hard is fostering a coalition of partners from academia, from industry, and from our international partners. Because when you get out into space, there are no borders. We are not taking Americans into the solar system, we are taking humanity. Hard's what we're doing. And microgravity will lead us to Mars. Over the past 3.5 years, we've taken a lot of good steps, I think, to make that next giant leap. Our strategies at NASA are serving not just as NASA's guiding compass, but for so many of you in the room today, charting the course with you and for you on our collective journey. We really need to be aligned. We need to be aligned about what we're trying to achieve and what good looks like. We need to keep that shared sense of purpose. It's why consultation has been so important in this process. But our strategies down on paper help us all understand what it is we're trying to achieve. When everybody understands their role in advancing humanity, when they see how their contribution fits into what I call the magic, wonderful tapestry of space exploration, I think that inspires us all to give our best. So our strategies aren't just documents, they're vision statements. They're the lifeblood of our collective vision. They provide the foundation on which we build the future. So thank you for the time today, and I'm looking forward are we out of time for questions? I think we are.
I think we've almost run out of time.
We have run out of time. Sorry about that.
I think this inspiring presentation was very comprehensive, and we all look forward, of course, to continue listening to what's coming up next.
Thank you, Christian. I'm going to have a press conference at 5 in the press room. Be happy to have you there and ask any questions you've got as well. So thank you, everyone.
A big applause for Pam Melroy. Thank you very much. And thank you for your presence. Sheriff, you're at the third one. And what is... Sheriff, no. Sheriff, you're at the one. Yeah. And then, yeah. No, it's 1539. Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to start our GNF session. Our GNF session, which has been sponsored by JAXA and has been prepared by Cliodin in coordination with Access, the two IAF committees which deal with developing nations and emerging countries, either from an international organization point of view or from the local space economy. And we are very privileged to have a very nice panel where we're going to discuss interesting subjects. But I would like to start by giving the word to Dr. Somenath from ISRO, the chairman of ISRO, who has received the 2024 Space Excellence Award yesterday, or that's earlier this week. And I think we're very privileged and honored to have Dr. Somenath making the keynote address. I hope you will have a very interesting session. Dr. Somenath.
I can use this, I hope. Yeah. Okay, now it's good, yeah. So, dear colleagues and panelists, and also the colleagues from JAXA, the IAF Committee on Liaison of International Organizations and Developing Nations, Administrative Committee on Connecting Emerging Space Ecosystems, warm greetings from my side and also from India, ISRO. I think all of us know very well today, the panel also will resonate with this issue. In the space domain, in the last decade or so, we have been discussing the space in different narratives. The beginning, it was more of technological progress, especially the early phases of space program, reaching to the space, putting objects in orbit, moving over to other planets. I think it has been a huge technological challenge for all nations to create infrastructure, knowledge, skill. And once that phase was over, especially with the dominant nations trying to establish their supremacy in the space ecosystem, who is the first, and all those early excitements are all over, where people were sitting back and looking at it, what for all of this we need to do. And of course, that has produced huge results. I think we need to understand the impact of those early efforts in space were really productive. We know today the growth of technology, the science, engineering, knowledge in the nations were primarily on account of those very vigorous activity that has been taking place in these nations in the early part of the space race. It really paved the way for the growth, not only in space, but in many other domains. And the secondary effects of that investment at that point in time was realized many years later, but not immediately. I think this was one of the issues that many of the policymakers, governments find it extremely difficult, even today, to understand the returns of investment on space. So this continued to remain a challenge for many of us, even today in nations where they are not gone into space. Questions are still asked why we should invest. Later, the whole space ecosystem evolved around another domain called the utilization of space for public good. I think the people came as a dominant entity, and all the space players like India, for example, when we started the space program, we were in 1960s. And of course, you should understand the country was not very rich at that point to invest even this much of money in space sector. And then our leaders had to make a narrative at that point, why we should work on space, build rockets and satellites and launch them. The narrative was very clear that it was for the people, and we need to serve the people. We need to look at how we can help them in their day-to-day life, in communication, in terms of healthcare, education, connectivity. I think all of this became the buzzwords, and then the delivery of those services were the primary motive of building the space system and not for anything else. The technology was not the primary issue, or dominance was not the topic. That was the narrative for politicians to understand, to allocate funds for us to do all of this. So that age was over, and then if you really look at further, if you see, you will see the other domains growing in the domain of IT, electronics, communication infrastructure growing in a big manner. After the early accomplishments in space, today we can see space is only one subset of all of this. I think, you know, today the communication infrastructure provided by space continue to be a support system. It's not the primary route of communication today. But we also know that the other capabilities like the Earth observation capability and the image processing ride over many of the other IT domains. You also know that today navigation systems like GPS and positioning services are secondary services running over other IT services and capabilities. So you are saying the whole of the space ecosystem got integrated into the technological growth in many other ways over the last many years. And then slowly now people are asking this question once again, why space and why invest in space? How much money you should put in space, whether it is for a certain purpose or not for a purpose. Of course, new areas are emerging. I think the recent activities all around the globe, some other images are emerging, which is something which we don't have to discuss, but it is very important for us to understand. The space economy becomes an important topic for every nation to talk about space investments. When you talk about space economy, it means so many elements. It's just not the money that you invest in space technology development capabilities in every nation, but what is the return of investment that you are going to get over a period of time. All of us realize that the investments in space are very high, and the return of investment may not be there immediately, and it takes long gestation period. Risk element is also very high. So all this make people to worry about how to invest in space, and they look at very, very cautious approaches. So this is the current scenario, and many of them talk about global space economy, and there are a lot of studies and research done. I am not going into the numbers of the global space economy and how it's becoming justifiable, and each one have their own stories to tell, which definitely my panelists will definitely speak about all of them. Now let me speak about a little bit on Indian context. I think for us, we have been looking at the space economy in a big way, how it is going to fit into the national economy, how it's going to figure out, and what percentage of this is really going to contribute to the national economy. We have created a vision of 2047 in India. Possibly this could be same for other nations as well, where a Vikasit Bharat 2047 is a vision that we have created, where the growth in economy through various interventions, through policy and other becomes very important, and how we can grow from a certain stature of economic stature with respect to other nations to grow it, and how to sustain it over long periods of time. So this becomes an important area, and many elements have been identified under this, and we found that space is one of the important domain. The nation must continue to invest to create that capability for us to remain at the top of the economic activity. So it may find interesting for people who thought that investing in space was earlier questioned, not justified that easily. But today we realize that it has its own secondary effects and merits, possibly understood by political system, policy makers, and they see there is a possibility. Possibly in India, it happens on account of the success that we have done, made in some of those missions. Though our investment in space continues to remain very, very small compared to many other nations. Our annual investment in space from the government is hardly less than 1% of our gross domestic product. It is such a small investment. And there is an interest to grow it. and not just by the government alone, but also by the private entities. And this is something that we are looking at over a period of time. And for this, certain activities have been done by the government, possibly we will discuss a little in further, is to enable private ecosystem to come into space. And every nation has started in different models in space. One of them could be the National Space Agency was created, where the industry was not strong enough. I think the story of US is entirely different. It's not true for us, where there was no industry existing when our National Space Agency came in, and there was no one even capable of building anything. So everything was done by the agency, and then translated all that into industrial capability. Later today, industries are capable of building such systems, but this was not the case in the US, where, or in many other nations where there were industrial capability, especially in the domain of aeronautics and defense, which you could bank on to create the space capability. But this was not the case. So when we started working on this domain, we realized that now it is the time for industries to come up and have much higher levels of competence. So we created institutions like InSpace, which will help private companies to scale up their skill sets, give them authorization, and also created a new policy called National Space Policy 2023, where we delineated the responsibilities and roles of various entities in government. Also created a foreign direct investment policy where new investments can come into the country to create more vibrant space manufacturing and production ecosystem. This is very crucial. One of the lacking element is still the production and manufacturing capability, though it is very good in many other areas. But this initiative has shown great prospects. Today in India, we have 200 plus companies or startups working directly in space, which was only one company in 2014. Today we have 200 plus, and they are growing. And there is an aspiration from the current economy, which is valued at around 8.4 billion US dollars, which is hardly 2% of the global space economy in India, to grow to something like 10%. Or even 8 to 10% of the global space economy. That share from India should be something we should aspire at least. So this is a goal. But this goal to come into reality, we see that there are huge amount of work to be done, especially in the domain of private companies. So also to see that it's just not the private companies that we need to track timing, okay. Not the private companies that need to come in, government also need to commit on certain investments. So I said that earlier that our GDP, compared to the GDP, it's only hardly 1% of investment in space. We are trying to invest more into space. For example, the recent announcements of building space station, continuing human spaceflight program, building new rockets, and have an aspiration to land on the moon, and creating all those programs are indicators of those intent of the government. Unless there is a governmental funding in space, the corresponding funding from private will not come. This is something that we have understood in terms of the economy. It's just not possible to be driven just by private alone, but you need an equal partnership. And if you look at globally, not India alone, we will also see similar pictures in other nations. Even in US, you see similar programs on nature, though the models could be different than India in terms of the private partnership. In fact, the decision they are taken to bring in commercial companies to work in space and become successful is one classic example on the change division, which they started at least 10 plus years back, and it has really produced excellent results. It's also true in case of Europe. If you look at it, the thrust on companies to take up higher levels of responsibility to do it. The successful launch of the Ariane 6 is an example of such a move from Ariane 5 to Ariane 6. And it's happening in other domains as well, satellite building and new technologies, communication, and commercial operations. Of course, there are still complexities in that area. In Europe, I am still having that view on it. If you look at the Middle East side also, there is a great aspiration for many of the nations to invest in space sector. We are seeing growing aspiration for countries to come, just not technology, but also to create cooperative mode of working. We are creating launcher capabilities, satellite building, infrastructure building, manufacturing ecosystems, services. I think all of this area people are investing, many of them are investing. And emerging space nations in the Latin America, Africa, there is a huge amount of interest, but here again, the same questions are being asked in the domain of economy. They are asking why we should invest, and where are the right path to invest, how much of the government should invest, how much private companies to invest. And I am sure these confusions will continue in the early part of the space program, but it's very important to create an appropriate narrative for each of the nations to make their governments to understand and make them invest in it. So first of all, let us say that our topic contains many elements. That's why it's a little complex. It's just not the economy of space. We are also looking at organizations and other participants in this program as the theme of this. The international organizations play a very, very important role in this movement. I must tell you that India have been a partner in many of the international organizations, especially those who were created early part of the journey, the UN COPUS, the IAF. We were founding partners, members in this program, and it helps us in many ways. And not only just in terms of understanding the global ecosystem, but also to create partnership, working together in technologies and joint missions. I think this has been a journey. Today we have created a very high level of cooperative work with many, many nations and agencies. And thank you for that support that you are giving even in IAF and also from UN COPUS, where we are active partners. Second aspect is about awareness creation for any nation to work in space, new nations to work in space. And we want more people to come into space. It's very important, just not that it should not be a dominant nations that only a few of them are working. No, it's not the case. We want more people to come into space and work in different domains based on the skills and capability available in the nation. We should, and also the need that is there, it should happen. But this will happen only provided we work on creating the appropriate awareness and the narrative suitable for the nation. For example, a nation which is rich in its biodiversity, natural resources, you should be able to show to the decision makers how space can become useful for the nation. How the disaster management activities in the nation can really be benefited by the investment in space. How the literature, learning, education, infrastructure in the country can really be transformed by the interventions in space. I think these are all important for small nations where they want to create capability. Huh? Close? Yeah, I'm just closing. So, it's very important that for us to continue this discussion on space economy. I believe that the growth is imminent. It's very, very clear. The scale of the space operations are growing fast, but not by the scale that Elon Musk is putting in front of us in terms of number of satellites and launches that he is mesmerizing all of us with the new capability that is developing every day, but also by many other nations in terms of the scale of work that they are increasing. But we see that there is a huge interest in many new nations emerging, and we see the discussion on dialogue on economy becomes very prominent. It's just not technology alone, because technology is now more accessible to large segment of the society. So no longer technology becomes an inhibition or preventing somebody to do something. That's not the issue today. The issue today still is the economic activity, scale of work, and how the investment is going to bring in benefit and returns to each one of us. So thank you so much for this opportunity given to me to provide some initial thoughts to initiate this discussion. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Somanath, for this very interesting. Does it work? Yeah, for this very interesting keynote introduction that let's say we listened to quite attentively. But this brings us now to the panel discussion, and let me first then have the panel the people presented. So we have on my right side Junichi Sakai, who is the ISS program manager located in JAXA. Sharif Setki, the CEO of the Egyptian Space Agency. Arti Holamani, of course, let's say the director of UNOSA. Rodrigo da Costa, the director of USPA. And then Hazuki Mori, the lead in space technology from the World Economic Forum. So this brings me to the first question, and we start from left to right, Junichi. How should developing nations and emerging communities embark with their space ambitions?
Okay. Hi, I'm Sakai Junichi. I'm ISS program manager of JAXA, and so I just answered those questions. And in 2015, JAXA, in collaboration with the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs, UNOOSA, launched a Kibo Cube program. a cooperation to provide the opportunities to release nanosatellite from the International Space Station Kibo with the aim of contributing to improving the space-related technologies in developing countries. This has been done by using the unique capability of Kibo modules to release nanosatellites into space using a robotic arm. By maximizing the strengths of this Kibo and utilizing the network and know-how of the UN-USA with its members countries to provide the opportunities to use nanosatellites to developing countries and to contribute to the improvement of space-related technologies in those countries. This program is the first capacity building initiatives to reach space of the UN-USA and has advanced 8 selections to date, delivering satellites from Kenya, Guatemala, Mauritius, Indonesia, and Moldova to space. In addition to the Kibo-Q program, JAXA also has a strategic partnership with several Japanese universities in Japan. By combining the human resource development capabilities, nanosatellite development capabilities, and experience of Japanese universities with JAXA's unique nanosatellites release capabilities and periodical release opportunities. JAXA has promoted the international cooperation in the form of human resources development and satellite release, which is desired by many emerging countries. We believe that we can provide opportunities for countries that do not have the capability to launch satellites to use and demonstrate their capability in space. JAXA also believes that space activities can be initiated in those countries through the international cooperations based on comprehensive capabilities like human resource development, satellite development, and its release. I'm pleased that Japan can contribute to these opportunities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yanucci. Then we turn to Africa. Sherif, let's say you are building a sustainable space ecosystem in the Egyptian Space Agency. But what are the opportunities and the challenges you can explain to us?
Thank you, Peter, and good afternoon. So if you talk about the ecosystem and what are the challenges that we are facing, then we just need to see what are the different components of such an ecosystem and how can we tackle all those challenges and see how can we establish the proper ecosystem that help emerging space nations to have their own share from space. So if you look at the different components, it starts with the political will, then this is followed with the proper infrastructure, then the talent, then the having the proper environment for nurturing such talent and having the enabling technology. And then this should be associated with the proper collaboration regionally and internationally. And finally, there should be the proper policies that govern the whole system to ensure the safe usage of outer space and the responsible usage of outer space. So if we see our experience at the Egyptian Space Agency and in Egypt and look at the various components for such ecosystem, can we switch to the next slide?
We've got a clicker here.
We see that Egypt established a space city that extends over 123 acres, as you see it here in this image. We are the host country for the African Space Agency. You see it at the top right corner of the image here. And it have a decent facilities that enable realizing the sustainable goals of the country and of the African continent and the Middle East as we speak. So this, can we switch to the next slide, please? So we have the state-of-the-art assembly integration facility. Next, please. That have all the different components and the different testing facilities that enable the proper testing prior to launching the satellite. Next one, please. Together with the different state-of-the-art equipments required for testing. So this means that we have the proper infrastructure, we have the proper connections, and actually here you look at the second phase of the Space City. What you see in front of you here is the full layout of the Space City as it stands today. And you see at the back side, this area is now dedicated to be a technology park, which means that we are attracting industries here to start to establish the infrastructure for the space industry in Egypt. So this will be the incubation for this process in Egypt. So that's how we see the building the different components of the ecosystem, and how can we move forward with that in Egypt and to serve the whole region, the full African continent and the region. And this also requires lots of international collaboration, which we are working on today. So that's in a nutshell how we look for an proper ecosystem in Egypt. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sharif. It is a very, very impressive site. It is indeed a very, very impressive site. I can confirm this. Arti, let's say for the UNOSA, the signature of the Pact for the Future had a big impact, and the member states have agreed to improve the global governance for space and considered holding a fourth United Nations conference. What does this mean for UNOSA in?
Thank you very much. I'm delighted to be here. Yeah, the Pact for the Future was the result of the Summit of the Future, an initiative of the United Nations Secretary General to really underscore the importance of the multilateral process. And in Action 56 of the Pact for the Future, there is a real call to action on COPUOS, the Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Member States, to take action on space traffic, space debris, and space resources. This means a lot of work for UNOSA. Even though the call to action is on the committee, I realize, in having come to UNOSA just 1 year ago, that we have a really diverse level of knowledge within the committee. Sometimes we have experts, like our colleagues from ISRO, who are also very active in the long-term sustainability working group and so on. But we also have delegates in COPUOS who are from the permanent missions in Vienna and who are dealing with nuclear on the one hand, drugs and crime, but also space as just one of the many portfolios. So we see an urgent need to level the playing field in terms of knowledge and understanding around issues which are necessarily complex and also technical. Not everybody understands what is ephemeris data, what is space traffic management, what is a conjunction assessment. And when it comes to space debris, that's even more complex. So there's a lot of work for us to do. We hope that, excuse me, we hope that by doing a lot of capacity building and supporting the member states in the coming years, we will be able to arrive at a Unispace Space Summit, which is really high level, in 2027, with the results and the fruits of all of this work that we intend to do with the committee. 2027 would be a pivotal year for the committee. It would mark the 70th session of COPUOS. Can you believe it's been going on for so long? But it will also be the 60th anniversary of the Outer Space Treaty, which is still the cornerstone of the entire space economy as we know it today. Many people look at the United Nations and look at the space treaties and they say, oh, this is old, this is out of date. Yes, it's old. It's most certainly not out of date. We have a line of 60 member states who are waiting for us to do capacity building with them and technical advisory missions to help them draft their space law. And those space laws are first and foremost built on the implementation of the Outer Space Treaty. So it's as relevant today as it was back then. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Arti. Then we go to the applications, Rodrigo. USPA contributes to the expanding the utilization of space technologies and applications for the socio-economic benefits for for developing nations. How do you do this?
Thank you very much. First, thank you for the invitation to be at this GNF. Thank you to JAXA for the organization. It's brilliant. The topic is really good. Maybe before mentioning what are the applications that we are building, let me just mention briefly what is the basis on which we are building those applications. That's the EU Space Program. So basically, here we are working on three main pillars or three key areas of activities. Satellite navigation with Galileo, our global navigation satellite system, and EGNOS, the one of regional coverage in Europe. We are working as well on building applications on Copernicus, Earth observation, very comprehensive Earth observation program, taking several several types of data and measurements from the Earth. And last but not least, also the element of satellite communications. In the European Union, this is a new element, is something that we are building up, starting right now first with GovSatcom, to provide EU government with secure satellite communication capability, and as well building up the IRIS² secure connectivity constellation. So this is the basis. These are the basic infrastructure on which the applications that you mentioned can be built. And let me say there is plenty of work to be done there. I mean, we have been looking at the market, at the potential that there is. There are applications in many, many different domains. We are looking at a total of 15 domains. They are quite varied. They go from the classical transport utilization, so space for road, for rail, for aviation, for maritime, for drones as well, of course, a market that is now growing. We are looking for space for agriculture, for fisheries, urban planning, energy, banking and finance, etc., etc. So as you can see, already today, space is quite present in our daily life, and the trend is for it to increase. When we look at the market, and by the way, I would recommend you to have a look at our market reports. You will see there what is going on already today and what is our forecast for the future. The number of applications is growing, which means also the business opportunities are growing. We are looking at markets that in the next decade will basically duplicate. And it is not every market that will duplicate, but we believe that when it comes to space applications, that will be the case. From a total value of the world market of around 260 billion euro right now, we are expecting something closer to 600 billion by 2033. So there are plenty of opportunities and there are plenty of applications in this domain. The demand is growing. Certainly some of the sectors and some of the areas will continue being important. There are others that are as well on a very fast expansion. For example, we believe that insurance and finance can become the largest user of Earth observation data by 2033. Today the use is quite limited, but there is quite a lot of potential to grow. Now, all this data can be used actually everywhere, and this is the positive element, because it's not only about using this data in Europe, it's using this data around the world. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Rodrigo. I must admit, I've read the market report 2024. It's more than 220 pages, I believe, but it's extremely interesting to see the economic potential for combined use of GNSS and Earth observation. Thank you very much. We go in an accelerated mode now, because we're running a bit short of time, so that's why we ask two questions to Hazuki at the same time. So, Hazuki, the World Economic Forum. What are they doing to support developing nations and emerging countries in their space activities?
Thank you for the question. And of course, thank you so much for the invitation to this panel. I'm it's an honor to be here with my former bosses from JAXA and from UNUSA, but today I'm representing the World Economic Forum. The World Economic Forum is an international organization for public-private cooperation. We have been doing space activities for the last, I would say, 5 years, but this year we have expanded our team. It was only Geneva, but now we have colleagues like myself in Tokyo. We have colleagues in India as well. And basically, at the forum, we're doing different space initiatives. We have 4 main pillars. One is the future of space economy, where we're talking about the space economy in 2030, 2040. Of course, we do sustainability activities. Another one is a National Space Program Toolkit activity that I'll talk about in the next slide. And we also do focus on Earth observation. And as I said earlier, we have regional activities, and we have a big focus this year on India, Japan, and Saudi Arabia. And just to really emphasize one of these programs, it's the National Space Program Toolkit Initiative. This is in collaboration with our colleagues from PwC. And nowadays, the barrier has lowered for more countries to join in. Space awareness has been raising. There's so many more countries that want to join the game. And we can see this trend from the membership of COPUS. So basically at the forum, we want to support all of these countries. And they have many questions. This is also coming from my experience at the UN. They don't know who to work with. They don't know where to procure the services from. They don't know basically where to start, right? What kind of, how much it would cost, the infrastructure, the capacity, and really which part of the technology stack to really invest in to get the maximum outcome and really make sure that it engages in their national activities. So basically our toolkit, we're focusing to basically build the step-by-step building guide, talking about the core building blocks that these countries need to take in mind, and of course, customizable recommendations, really focusing on the success stories, the lessons learned from the different countries that have gone through this process. And I really look forward to engaging all of the people in this room, actually. I think that's why you're here in this room, that you're interested in supporting emerging space nations, but maybe you're one of them and you want to really get in the game. So yeah, I'm really excited to go on with this initiative.
Okay, thank you, Azuki. But they're also here in this room to find out how the World Economic Forum helps to find innovative solutions and continue that combines science and technology with economic incentives.
Thank you. So the World Economic Forum space is just one of the things that we do. We cover everything from climate change to health, financial and monetary systems, energy, cybersecurity, you name it. But especially at the forum, we really focus on technology convergence. We really think that we just can't talk about space just within the space sector. We really need cross-sectoral and international collaboration, and this is something we're focusing on. Some examples I can give of the forum that we've done in the past, I would say 2 years. We collaborated with MIT Media Lab. We issued a report, I believe it was like 1 month ago, focusing on 10 emerging technologies used in conjunction with satellite data, which is really helping climate insights, which is providing insights and helping address climate change. And the 10 technology trends that we raised, of course, there's AI, machine learning, deep learning, edge computing, AR, VR. So these are technologies that we really need to combine more with satellite data. Another report we did with Deloitte was focusing on Earth observation and the value of it, combining that with terrestrial industry applications. And when we really do that successfully, we can generate $700 billion worth of economic opportunity. It's really, the opportunity is there. And the global greenhouse gas emissions, we can reduce it to 3.6%, 2 gigatons annually, actually. So we've really brought out the numbers for that. And last but not least, I've heard and I've seen many people reference it during this conference, but we did a report with McKinsey talking about the space economy in 2035. So Rodrigo said maybe 2 times, but I think for us, we have a pretty ambitious number of saying it's going to grow to $1.8 trillion. And it's not just the core space capabilities. We're really talking about the space-enabled services, combining the current space technology and applications with the terrestrial industry applications here. So basically, we are really trying to showcase the collaboration of space technology and terrestrial industry applications to make sure that there's convergence, and by really promoting space as an economy that's worth investing in and collaborating with, I think that's where we're trying to put a lot of focus on.
Thank you, Hazuki. You talk about the collaborations. Rodrigo talks about specific partnerships. Perhaps you can say a few words about the partnerships which are there to uptake the space technology in applications.
Thank you very much. So the first thing is, of course, we take benefit from the fact that the European Union is doing partnerships all around the world, and we bring the space angle into those partnerships. So we do have, there are a number of initiatives, dialogues, structured dialogues with nations that the Union is doing, and we take benefit of that, and we bring space applications, we bring space activities. I'll not have time to mention them all. Let me mention one, which I find particularly relevant, which is the work we have been doing with NOSA, with Artie and the team, based on, or starting from an agreement that we have started back in 2022. And we have been looking, and we have been joining efforts on a number of activities, promoting space technology, helping to build capacity, having some joint studies, some joint assessments. By the way, there are also a number of interesting reports that you will find on our web pages that we have issued in this sense. And of course, with a particular focus on the implementation of the SDGs and on societal challenges. And I think all these demonstrates in these different areas where space can have an added value.
Okay. Very good. Then we go to UNOSA. Artin, what does UNOSA do to ensure that developing countries can benefit from the global space economy?
I want to build on the point that Hazuki mentioned, which is that so many countries who can benefit, who need space technology and solutions, actually have no clue how to access them, how to use them, where to find them. And that goes to the capacity building role that the office has. We do so many events like the UN IAF workshop, which happened, we came here last Thursday already. We were working through the weekend with many delegates from developing countries. We also have the World Space Forum and the UN Austria Symposium, which is focused on climate applications. And these events are designed to really help member states learn from best practices that are being implemented elsewhere, but also provide a platform for them to have collaboration. But if we go to the more specific, I come from the satellite operator community, and in my previous life, there were so many academics and partners who wanted to work with us and who asked me, can you help us convince satellite operators to carry hosted payloads? Of course, the satellite operators all said no, because every extra gram that needs to fly into space is very expensive. I come to UNOSA and I realize that we have partnerships with JAXA, for KiboCube, with the Mohammed bin Rashid Space Center in the Middle East, and also now with ExoLaunch in Germany. We have organizations who actually offer access to space for free. And so that is perhaps one of the most significant contributions that we are making. We have enabled the first satellites to be launched for Kenya, Mauritius, Guatemala, Moldova, Indonesia, Nepal, Bahrain. Well, no, Bahrain is not the first one, but you know, so many countries who were not spacefaring, and thanks to the partnership with us, they were able to learn about space technology, develop their first satellite in partnership with these organizations, and actually launch them into space. And that is the triggering of the space economy for them. It supports not only the space economy per se, but also STEM education, and is a real motivator and a lifter of their economies.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. Let's a question to the technical team. The clock has stopped at a certain point in the time. Does this give us more time, or does it was it a little accident? It's because it stayed still for about 10 minutes out. So, okay, if there's so then we happily continue, which is good. Yeah. So we can take it easy now, which is excellent. Sherif, what should be done to promote the use of space-based Earth observation data to further understand our planet?
Yes, the Earth observation data is getting very, very important, specifically in the developing of the economics of the countries and in the decision-making process. So let me share with you our experience in Egypt, where now the usage of the Earth observation data is institutional. And at the government level, most of the strategic decisions are taken based on the Earth observation data. This is an integral part of all the decisions that are taken, and it helps us actually to efficiently utilize all our resources. So to understand the climate changes, to understand the appropriate distribution for crops and to ensure that it's properly distributed. So that's the coordination between the Egyptian Space Agency and the government to support them and to provide them with the proper Earth observation data that will help in understanding all the different types of natural resources, the water resources, all what's happening on the ground to maximize the benefit. And actually, when we look at the economics of the country, it have been significantly affected and improved when we start to integrate the Earth observation data into the decision-making process. So, and I think we are working also now to promote this to the whole African continent.
Mm-hmm. Good. Then we've got the last panel question for Yunuchi. How can international organizations work together with space agencies and industry to create successful space ecosystems?
Yeah.
Could we go back again? Let's to the. Let's say, can we have the clicker, please? Because let's say it has been given out to us. Yep.
As I mentioned before, the KiboCube program has provided the opportunity to use nanosatellite to the developing country by utilizing the network and the know-how of the UN-USA with its member countries. The countries that have used the Kibo have established space agencies and space government agencies. New private companies have participated in that project, and the next generation of engineers have been born. That shows the secondary expansion of the project. The collaboration of international organizations and the space agencies with unique facility and technologies will open the door to space utilization to many emerging countries. The KiboCube program is one of the such initiatives, example of that initiative. In addition to the KiboCube program, JAXA also provides opportunities for experiments using Kibo's exposed facility and satellite released by private operators as paid program. JAXA provides IBA disappliable small exposed experiment platform we call ICEP, which provides a stable power, communication, and heat exhaust interface and enable more complicated function demonstrations. And small payload support equipment we call SPICE, which provides only simple USB communication and heat exhaust services, but can incorporate CubeSat-size experimental devices. So JAXA and Japanese experiment module keyboard can provide a way to connect the seeds of space development to space utilizations, which is opened by KiboCube program, then conducted by the Kibo utilization platform. This will lower the hurdles to space development, support the technological development of each country, and lead to the establishment of the coming LEO economy. We believe that the expansion of economic zone and LEO industry will lead to the creation of more efficient means of transportation and use, and will lead to a world that everyone can use. The transformation from a world where a limited number of the countries can access to LEO to a world where any country can participate and use LEO will lead to the investment of more capital and the establishment of a larger economic zone. So that.
Okay, thank you, Yunuchi. Let's say then we have got perhaps, let's say, 1 minute, 2 minutes for the last key takeaways. Azuki, can we get your short takeaway? Because I guess, let's say that The other group is waiting already, the other GNF.
Yes, I would really like to add to Artie's point. By supporting emerging nations, it's really sparking the economy there. We're building an ecosystem, we're building a really sustainable spark in their business and their economy. So I think doing that together collectively through the efforts of the African Space Agency, USPA, with all the different agencies, I think that's a very crucial point that we all need to work on together. Another point is really for these emerging countries to use the existing platforms and services that are out there. As already explained, UNUSA does a lot. There's many other organizations that provide free services, free educational capacity building activities, and I think it's really worth for these countries to really explore that. And last but not least, I really want to emphasize the part of technology convergence. So space, we need to combine it more with other technologies, with other industrial applications. There's AI, there's many things going on, and I think we really need to make sure that we're in the game as well, or we're gonna be, late, and we're gonna be left behind. So I think as a collective effort, we really have to come together and really focus on advancing and pushing the envelope.
Rodrigo, may I ask you for a shorter takeaway?
Yes, very short from my side. To say that, I mean, space technology, space data, space services, they boost our economy, they bring real value to our economy. They also help us to manage many of our societal issues, challenges, for example, in the area of disaster management, just to cite one of them. And certainly, despite what may be regional specificities, many of those challenges are common and are worldwide. So certainly, by further fostering the use of space data and space services, we will continue advancing.
Thank you. Artie?
Sure. I think it's very easy to assume that the only way to engage in the space economy is through the upstream market, having a satellite, and obviously that does a lot for you. It stimulates STEM as well, but we should remember that we are moving to a world where we see an increasing amount of satellite as a service, even launch as a service, because the downstream market, the value of applications and services is really where the mass market potential is. And I think we should remember that you don't need to have a satellite in order to participate in the space economy. There's other ways of doing that. And we are living in a data-driven economy. So Sherry's point about Earth observation data, coupled with high-power computing, AI, and all of this, all of these are ways of participating in the space economy, and there are brilliant minds across the world, especially in developing member states in academia, which we should tap to help us advance on the application and services side. Thank you.
Thank you. Sharif.
So international collaboration and sharing knowledge, it's one of the main pillars to enhance the economic development of space. That's my key.
Okay, that's very short. That's very precise. Thank you. Yunuchi, you've got the last word.
Okay. Just about for grant. Just believe that countries that have experienced space development can gain perspective from space and foster the soil for cooperation on regional issues through cross-national collaboration with similar countries. In recent years, natural disasters have reached a level that is difficult for a single country to cope with. We just believe that this will provide an opportunity to work on solving global issues through the space, such as region-wide efforts for disaster prevention and cooperation in preventing and responding to disaster. That is one issue.
Okay, very good. Now this concludes our GNF panel. Once again, a very special thanks to Dr. Somenat for his keynote address. A very big thanks to the five panelists for their insightful presentations and discussions. Let's say much appreciated. Special word of thanks to JAXA for having made this GNF possible. And of course, last but not least, thank you very much for your attention to have participated to this GNF. Thank you and a very good afternoon.
it's working. Hello. Hi. Thank you very much for being here to this panel on the accessibility of human spaceflight. And I will just say 2 words, and I also can tell you now that we will leave some time also for questions from the audience. So I am the ESA Chief Diversity Officer, and I can tell you that at ESA, since its foundation, we know very well the magic that diversity can bring on the table. If you're able to land on a comet, to look for life on the icy moon, to aim at asteroids, is because we are able to put together the competencies, the perspectives, and also the spirit, the culture of 22 member states, speaking more than 15, 17 languages. So you see the diversity is really something we have been able to capitalize on and has brought us so far. Now, with respect to space exploration and human spaceflight, we are starting a new momentum. And beside the low Earth orbit, there is this great adventure of going back to the moon, this time for staying there, learning how to stay there. And making this endeavor accessible to all is not just highly important, it's also key to the success of this adventure ahead. We need to take stock of the talents, of the pool of talents of all, and because this is what is needed to push boundary, to reach beyond, and also, as we do at the agency, to imagine and make possible the future. So in this direction of inclusion, in 2020, ESA took a pioneering step, launching the FLY projects, focused on setting the condition to have people with disability integrated in the human spaceflight. And this was paving the way for the selection 2 years later of the first ever astronaut with disability. So in November 2022, out of 268 applications, the UK candidate, John McFall, a surgeon, a Paralympic champion, and a great human being, has been selected by Director General to be part of the ESA Reserve Astronaut and to engage in the FLY feasibility study. So we will have this great panel today to hear more about what is also the meaning of this step and what this will bring with respect not just to human spaceflight, but also to the inclusiveness that we are all now trying to push further. So in the panel today we have ESA Director of Human and Robotic Exploration Programs, Daniel Neon-Schwander. We have the UK Space Agency Chief Executive Officer, Paul Bate. We have John McFall, that I presented before, and we have the NASA Deputy Associate Administrator for Space Operation, Joel Montalbano. So welcome, thank you very much for being today. I will start with Daniel, because we have already given some hints about the FLY study. So Daniel, can you please tell us more about this journey and that again made ESA pioneering in this initiative, so from the idea to the implementation of this feasibility study.
Thank you very much, Ercilia, and good afternoon to all of you. And let me just first and above all share a personal note. I think it's just amazing to sit on a panel linked to accessibility of human space flight to all. Indeed, exploration is not an easy task. We are pushing frontiers every day, and we need all the talents humanity has in order to do so. And I think it's just great to be on such a panel in the year 2024. I'm looking forward to much more discussions about that. But now to your question, Ercilia. There is a goal, there is a commitment, and there is a delivery. So first, the goal is that from the European Space Agency, we really want to pave the way for a professional astronaut with a physical disability, and John is an example here, to become a fully integrated crew member. This is the goal we had from the very beginning in order to become part of a long-duration mission to the International Space Station. This was a starting point, and we are not taking 1 degree off from this heading, and we will go to the end. Second, the commitment is really the commitment that ESA takes towards a fair representation of being the mirror of our society. We apply it ESA internally, and I'm very happy that we apply it also to the astronaut corps. And the delivery is, of course, it's good to have a goal, but you have to check feasibility. So we had to check the feasibility through a first phase, I would call it phase 0. What are the different type of disabilities? We had to look into that. And second, where are the no-go factors? And I think the good news is today, and we are not yet at the end, but at this moment in time, and we will issue the results in the next month, first results on that. But what we can say today is we have no showstopper. And this is really great news. Let me end by underlining that we would not have done it without our partners. I'm really happy that to sit today on the panel with Joel from NASA. We should also underline that industry played a key role on both sides, the ones who we work with, like SpaceX, but also the one who worked on the prosthesis of John. Let's also recall that. And last but not least, we do nothing without our member states. And this is why I'm also very happy to sit with Paul on this panel today.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Now I turn to Paul Bate. So, Paul, can you please tell us more on how this will fit with the UK's broader vision with respect to space exploration? And how do you see this having, so this opening to accessibility and inclusion, having a societal long-term impact on space exploration?
Well, thank you very much. And thank you to everybody who's taken the time. It's a busy old schedule here in Milan, so I really appreciate you taking the time to listen to what we all have to say. I'm happy to talk about the UK's vision for exploration, but I don't think it's the right starting point. I think the second question that you asked is in some ways more important, because the way that we see it, we're building not just on the legacy and the heritage of what space offers, but actually we know that throughout history, the scientific method, the application of science, of innovation, of technology, has made a fundamental difference to human society. It has been a force for good when applied ethically. It's a beacon of hope. And that was true 200-300 years ago. It's actually been true for centuries. We look at where we are in today's uncertain world, and we look to science, we look to innovation, we look to technology for some of the answers to the biggest problems that we have on the planet and off the planet. What I think is different is in the 21st century, we can also look to space in a very real way. We explore, we're out there, we're not just looking at wonder with the stars, we're putting humans into orbit. We will return humans to the moon. So our starting point is that while all of us probably in this room understand well the specific benefits that space can bring, we know the unique data sets that support our mitigation of the climate crisis, for disaster recovery, we understand the ubiquity of connectivity from space, we understand the navigation, we understand the weather forecasting, we know the protection of our planet and its own orbits that can uniquely be derived from space. And of course, in a setting like IAC, we can also understand the international collaboration that's brought together through space. But it isn't just those tangible benefits that matter. It matters to have the beacons of hope. And when we talk about astronauts, we know that they galvanize the inspiration, the excitement of generations, not just in the individual countries that they represent, but the regions and the whole of humanity. So when there's an opportunity for someone like John, who, as Daniel said, in the nicest possible way, beat off all the competition. Well done, John. John is a UK citizen, but he is not just a UK citizen. He's a citizen of Europe. He is part of humanity. He is, and if I don't mind, he is part of that beacon of hope that space brings. So that's the starting point for how we think about the value that space brings to life on Earth. Specifically on exploration, we have a proud tradition. We have robots and rovers going to Mars. We're part of the Artemis program. We will hopefully be part of many of the programs to come. But we also have a human spaceflight endeavor, predominantly and for a long time through the European Space Agency. That's one of the great values of the European Space Agency. It allows us to do things we simply couldn't do as a country. So I look forward to seeing the final results of the feasibility study, and I can't wait to be cheering John on as he goes into space. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. And now we turn to John. John, we have been working, interacting together. He has a great way, also a sense of humor. I remember the first time he made a presentation at ESA, he started with a slide saying the average number of legs in the world is 1.97. And this was a nice way also to show that this is a subject that can be taken with a different angle and not just, also being able to talk about this with lightness. And we just had a new T-shirt today that, will be an ESA T-shirt where that was in a way, let's say, designed by John. They say, to fly, you only need wings. So I think it's a very nice message. And now, John, I think it's important that you explain now that the fly feasibility studies has proved to be successful, that you can tell us a little bit more what it's about, what you have been through, and what has, why we say it has succeeded. What does it mean?
Yeah, hi everyone. Great to be here today to talk to you all and give you a little bit of an insight into the technicalities, I suppose, of exactly what we've been doing at ESA. So what we have been trying to do, I think in the broadest context, I think if you consider this potentially the very first of small stepping stones to what I hope will be a much broader journey and a legacy from what we're doing. But what we have done so far is we have looked at the requirements for spaceflight, for a human to fly to space at the moment. And we know quite well what those are. They're quite well established. And then we have looked at me with my disability and my prosthesis, and we are trying to understand how might I meet those requirements. And it's not really until you pick it all apart that you find yourself asking questions like, oh, I never thought of that. Oh, I didn't really consider that. So we looked at all the phases of spaceflight. So spaceflight for humans starts on Earth. It starts with training. It starts with a launch in 1G. So we looked at launch, we looked at the orbital phase, and then living and working on the International Space Station, and we looked at returning back to Earth as well and the rehabilitation that is often required. So looking at those three main phases of spaceflight, we looked at different domains within that. So training, both basic training, what are the basic training requirements set out by a national space agency, so specifically in my case, the European Space Agency, but also what are the mission-specific training requirements, and would, as someone with my disability and my prosthesis, would I be able to meet those? We also looked at the spacecraft operations and International Space Station operations, and so things you might want to consider that you might not have thought of. A lot of people ask, actually, well, you're an amputee, do you need legs in space, right? Because microgravity, doing quite a bit of floating around. But actually, there are some things that you have to consider. So during launch, one of the requirements is to meet the minimum requirements for the emergency procedures on the launch pad. So I have to be able to get out of the spacecraft in an emergency, get off the crew access arm, and down safely off and away from the launch pad. Now, we established relatively early on that I would need to wear a prosthesis to do that. So if I'm going to wear a prosthesis to do that, it needs to be worn inside the launch suit or the space suit that you would wear in the spacecraft. And so it has to also be compatible with that. And that throws up a very interesting set of problems to solve as well. And then you move to the space station. You know, I want to be a fully integrated member of the space station crew. I don't want to be there as a token and not a visitor. This is to be part of it. So I have to be an effective crew member. I have to be able to undertake the emergency procedures on the spacecraft. So can I do CPR in microgravity, so cardiopulmonary resuscitation in microgravity, with a prosthesis on, without a prosthesis on? We had to answer that. So we managed to do that on a parabolic flight, so an analog test to demonstrate that that was possible. And then we come to exercise. Again, we're targeting a long duration mission. So anything more than 30 days, you need to do exercise countermeasures. And therefore, I need to be able to, A, interface with the existing hardware for exercise that is on the space station, and B, I need to be able to tolerate that amount of exercise. Now, my background as an athlete helps with that, but also if my prosthesis doesn't fit, because my stump changes volume because of the microgravity environment, how do we cope with that? Because if I can't wear my prosthesis, I can't do all the exercise, and therefore I can't complete the mission. And so we have to mitigate for things like that. So we are going to have a socket that is volume adjustable with specific materials that are best for that living environment. Those are some small examples of what we've done, and we've looked at over 80 specific incidences, some for which we did tests for, some that we had extensive discussions about, and that we parked and might need to address them at a later date. But as you mentioned, what's very interesting is that we haven't found any technical showstopper that would prevent someone with a physical disability like mine wearing a prosthesis being a fully integrated member of the International Space Station crew. So that's where we're at the moment. And the full report will be completed at the end of this year and available early next year.
Thank you very much for this insight, John. Very, very, very interesting, also counterintuitive in some aspects. And now I turn to Joel Montalbano, and Daniel outlined the importance of international cooperation in this endeavor. So how will NASA work with international partners to ensure that accessibility will stay an option in future missions?
1, 2, okay. Thank you again. Thank you for having me on the panel today. Just a couple things on the exercise that John talked about. Pretty important. We have the requirement for the crew members to be able to come home safely at landing after a 6-month expedition is 2.5 hours of exercise every single day. And that's exercise on a bicycle, exercise on a treadmill, exercise on a resistive device. And Daniel talked about the phase 0 and the phase 1 work. The work we did at Johnson Space Center is John got an opportunity to try each of those exercise pieces of equipment and learn that. John also got an opportunity to work with the SpaceX team and understand the requirements that they have. He mentioned, be able to get out of the capsule. So NASA's job as the integrator is to help pull all this information, work with the European Space Agency, work with our other partner agencies on the International Space Station, and then eventually get approval for this mission as we work through the open work that Daniel mentioned and that John mentioned. And so, as you know, the 5 partner agencies, they work together. We have a dedicated medical panel. We have a dedicated crew panel. We'll work through all that. NASA's job is to integrate that. It's to take things and pull them together for the partnership and then bring it to the partnership and let the partnership make a partnership decision. It's just over 20 years, a little over 22 years or so that we've been flying humans in space. And when we first started, there was a lot of things where people said we couldn't do. And what people said we couldn't do 20 years ago, we do secondhand today on the International Space Station. And so this is just another opportunity for us to work together with the partnership and find an answer.
Thank you very much. And it's very interesting to see how this is a journey taken together. And Daniel, if you can elaborate on the key technical challenges, also in terms of the follow-up and how you see this be part of your vision with respect of ESA vision with respect to space exploration, so also with respect to the coming steps, how the FLY study will feed the coming steps.
Yeah, first and above all, as it has been mentioned now a couple of times, there has been a huge amount of points which were investigated, but we have no showstopper. It doesn't mean that we do not have to adapt the hardware, as it was explained by John in particular. But this is fundamental. The real challenge was much more on the shift of mindset. This is, for me, the most striking part, if I may, how long it takes to really change mindset. And there is a lot of goodwill by all the partners, no doubt. But this is more a cultural element, how perception may impact also the shift of mindset of people who are well-minded. And this is something which we have to integrate when it comes also to the preparation of operations. It's much more at this level that I see the challenge than at the technical level. But as Joel just underlined, we had other challenges a couple of decades ago, and today it's just routine. And I'm sure if we would meet in 20 years from now, we would maybe smile at some statements you are doing tonight, because it will just be part of it. So what for me is fundamental is the ice-breaking dimension that we are having with this mission. We want to lead it. We are proud to lead it as the European Space Agency. But what is much more important is that this is just the start of an endeavor that everybody in 20 years from now will just have the possibility to recruit future astronauts from a sample which is just broader than what it is today. This is what it is about. And I'm keen to see John flying, so don't get me wrong, but whenever he will fly, the fact that we have shown that we can do it, that it is possible, is already a huge achievement.
Thank you, Daniel. And actually, one thing that it's really important, as you say, is the change, the resistance to change. But when things are possible and are done, the change is there. So you don't need just to advocate for it, you just show it. So Paul, I will go a little bit in this direction on the importance of this with respect to a broader change. So how do you think the success of this project will foster and change the way human spaceflight missions are conceived and brought forward, but also as UK at ESA is really, at least in my role as ESA Chief Diversity Officer, has always been has always pushed us to go beyond, has always challenging us to go beyond. I mean, and in all aspects of diversity and inclusion that we are trying to pursue, UK has been really a great partner. So how do you see this also, in a way, serve the greater cause of diversity and inclusion in the space sector?
Well, I'd start by saying I don't know. And if I knew, there'd be less reason to do it. Because one of the things that we're doing here is we're taking the basis of science, discovery science, and we're saying, let us find out. And as we go through that journey, there will be the specific research learnings. Nothing is more important than the safety of the crew. So that's where we start. But we expect a halo of understanding of research to develop. So I start there. I think Daniel and Joel both touched on how things change as you do the work. So you do the work, the mindsets change. I think there's we do a lot in exploration. That's the topic that we're discussing. But for the whole of, if Daniel doesn't mind me saying, we're looking at ESA-wide here. The opportunity, at least for the European Space Agency, and I very much expect for partner space agencies, we will learn as we go, we'll challenge some of our preconceptions, we will get better. I loved what Joel said about what we know now is so different to 20 years ago. That which we considered to be as close to impossible as get becomes the routine. But if we look out to society, 1 in 3 people in the UK alone live with a long-term condition, of which there are hundreds. But people will see in John that what John brings is the totality of John. They will see that we can find ways to bring the best of one crew member to the team that is up there. And are there adjustments that need to be made? Yes, there are, and John's worked through that. But for the symbol that brings, that every member of society can bring value, that there is not a disability that is the defining feature, but it is the set of skills and expertise. And one thing which we haven't touched on so much is that psychological compatibility, emotional resilience, ability to work in a team, which is personified by an astronaut crew. I mentioned at the beginning that this is a beacon of hope, but it says something powerful about the society we want to live in, the society that we can live in, that someone who has a prosthesis is someone who is a fully integrated crew member who brings a set of skills. And I tell you what, in this room, if anyone needs CPR, I know exactly where I'm going.
Thank you very much, Paul. And because we are, going deeper into the change that this will bring and what we'll be doing and already doing is bringing, how do you think, John, is your story challenge the traditional perspectives with respect the astronaut? So the way we imagine the astronaut as the hero and in particular in view of what is coming with respect to space exploration and human spaceflight, but also how your story reshape in a way the narrative around disability.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. Many of you may have heard the term para-astronauts. And it's interesting. I'd just like to maybe take a moment just to discuss this. And astronauts are viewed as this picture of perfection, infallible, and although not always infallible, but viewed as being infallible and powerful and hugely revered. We have the Paralympics and we have the Olympics, and the term Paralympics came about because it's in parallel with the Olympics. It's not at the same time as the Olympics. It's a couple of weeks later, but it's a parallel sporting event meant to be able to give people with physical disabilities the opportunity to compete at an elite level, which I was hugely proud to be part of. But I do think we have to be careful when we use this term para. And it's become colloquially very easy to use. And that's because people are also automatically, thanks to the strength of the Paralympic movement, they associate it with high performance in a world of disability. But what are we trying to do here? We're not trying to maintain a divide. What we're trying to do is we're trying to normalize so that we can all work together, so that I can be a fully integrated member of a crew, so that other people with disabilities can be considered the same, equal. And so I think it's a slippery slope if we start to use the term para for anything that someone with a physical disability or even neurodivergent or visual impairment that someone does with a disability, and we put the term para in front of it. I think we continue to maintain this divide, this difference. We acknowledge that there is a difference when we should actually be doing the opposite. I'm not a para-surgeon. I'm a surgeon. I'm not a para-dad. I'm a dad. So I don't want to be a para-astronaut. I want to be an astronaut, and I want to be part of that crew. And this is where we challenge the mindset. And people's impressions and understanding of disability are nothing but a product of their own experiences and own exposure to disability. And we have to recognize that. It's not people's fault if they've not been exposed to disability. And everybody has a different understanding of what disability means to them. What this is doing is trying to reach more people and make them aware of the potential of someone with a physical disability, but to consider the potential of everyone around them. And I really hope that this journey that I go on and that we go on as the UK and as the European Space Agency makes the lives of those around us just that little bit better.
Thank you, John. Very inspirational. Thank you for including. I mean, it's a community going in a direction. It's not just a single effort. And so I would now turn to Joel. First of all, feel free to compliment if you need with respect to the element of change. But let me paraphrase a famous quote: "We don't do space exploration because it's easy." And so there are, anyway, a number of key technical challenges. And how do you see these technical challenges in the perspective ahead with respect to inclusion of people with disability?
Oh, good question. When John was in Houston, we had a lot of people at the Johnson Space Center take a look and participate. in the feasibility of this. And as Daniel said, there were no showstoppers identified. We do have some materials work. John mentioned, you know, having the prosthetic in the suit, in the SpaceX suit. We'd like to get them out to the Kennedy Space Center and actually go through the real training on the launch pad. There's some work to do. And that would all be, you know, future steps that we talked about. Again, our plan is to, as the integrator of the group, to work with ESA, understand and make sure everybody understands what steps need to be taken before we go forward, and work and help integrate that across the partnership. So we're looking forward to working that.
Thank you very much, and we also look forward to see where this will bring us. And I think because we don't have much time, maybe we can open, I mean, having this great panel, to questions from the public. I don't know if there is anyone with a microphone. Yeah.
Thank you so much. First of all, thank you for the panel. Exciting. One thing I wanted, it might be a comment, but actually it's also a question. Are you thinking of integrating you as a team inside, you know, the International Space Station, or can you use that to enhance what a human actually can do in space?
I will choose who wants to address the question. Or you?
Maybe both John McFall and also Daniel, because
right.
You as even a flight surgeon maybe for the future, and you as a human-robot interaction, would be nice to see how this can merge together.
Yeah, it's an interesting question. I think certainly to start with, my main focus is to do the existing jobs well, so to be a fully integrated and responsible and useful member of the crew. First and foremost, this is the most important thing. The problem is we don't know the answer to your question because no one with a physical disability has been up there and worked as part of a crew. So whether someone with a disability is able to do some things better or worse, this is one of the very reasons why we're asking this. From an assistive technology point of view, I think that's interesting. It's difficult in the current framework because it's not easy to pick and choose new hardware and develop new hardware in the timeframes and with the budgets required to make it, you know, to take advantage of that bionic element, if you like. However, saying that, the prosthesis that I'm wearing here is a mechatronic prosthesis. It's got batteries, microprocessor, gyroscope, Bluetooth, you know, torque sensors, everything in it. We are trying to certify this to fly. It won't be inside the spacesuit because it's not safe to wear inside the spacesuit. However, it does have programmability that might make it useful for doing particular tasks that take the cognition out of it, you know, whether it be maybe stabilizing yourself whilst you're doing a particular activity or doing cargo operations or something like that. But the answer is, at the moment, we don't know, and I think that's a really important question, and I hope that we learn a lot about that from undertaking something like this.
It's probably not very interesting to hear twice the same answer, but as long as it's not done, it's not done. As simple as that. And I think we have to be super pragmatic here. We have a clear goal. We want a fully integrated crew member. I'm sure that John and whoever will follow him are giving their maximum to achieve that, but we have to then take the facts as they are. Let's not forget, we fly crew to do science. We fly crew to bring benefits to the citizens back on Earth. And this has to be the main driver. Then if we have to, let's say, adapt at a certain moment in time, some activities, we will do. What matters is that today we take the attitude of saying what has not proven to be impossible is possible. We base ourselves on facts, and from the facts we will make it happen, and we will have one astronaut corps.
Thank you. We have here, yeah. Okay, and then there is a lady on the third floor.
Hi, everyone. I'm Sarisha Bandla. I work for Virgin Galactic. Thank you so much for the panel and the discussion. So Galactic was founded on by Richard Branson to open space up for everyone. And this panel really spoke to me on all of the work, the incredible work you're doing on the feasibility study. So we have 700 people signed up to fly with us, many from different backgrounds, different body types, different ages. And last year we flew John Goodwin, a citizen of the UK who had Parkinson's. And we're learning so much. And the work you're doing, obviously you're getting so much data through the feasibility study and also some of the next steps that you have discussed. And I just wondered, is there a forum to data share with commercial companies, within agencies, so that some of our learnings can be applied for orbital and beyond destinations, as well as using some of the great work your teams have been doing to help enhance our customers' experiences in space moving forward? So, to any of the agencies.
Who wants to pick the place?
Yeah, I think it's a great question. I think for flights like suborbital flights, short duration missions, other things like this, I think they are an amazing opportunity for us to learn more, because this is the stage we're at where we just don't know. We haven't got the data. There is decades of data on able-bodied people flying to space and what the problems may be. We don't have the same data for people with disability. And what this has done, what we're doing is we've pushed the door ajar. We've pushed the door open, and now we can smash the door down. And I think you're very right. We need to pool our resources, I think, would be my preference. I hope I'm not speaking out of turn, but I think we need to pool our resources, share information. It gives us a broader data set to look at what we can do going forward to, I mentioned this, what we're doing was the first tiny stepping stone in what I hope to be a much greater legacy. Let's pool our data, let's explore this so that we can build the subsequent stepping stones. And I think this is important. Like international collaboration is hugely important in the space station, and I think in all domains of space exploration, it's hugely important. This also applies.
Thank you. There is a question here. Okay, but then the microphone should come here because the lady is getting, please.
Sure, sorry. I work with Astro Access, which is a US-based nonprofit that work, I don't know, is this on? Can you hear me? Yes, okay, sorry. So Astro Access is a US-based nonprofit that works on opening up space to people with disabilities, and we do research through parabolic flights on the experiences also of people who are deaf, hard of hearing, blind, low vision. And so my first question is, I'm wondering from the ESA and UK folks, are you looking forward to doing a research with those populations or people with other kinds of disabilities? My second question is actually for Joel, wondering whether NASA also plans to do this or whether it's just going to be an integrator in these. Does it want to look into providing research on disability in space?
Please, Daniel.
Yeah, maybe on your first question, of course, we are open to go further down the road. I mean, we are just at the beginning. What is important is that we have an incremental approach here. An incremental approach means that for me, I really would like now to go to the end of what we have started. And the end means, and I'm coming back to the flight, of course. I mean, once you have flown, you will also be able to go to the full data set we are looking at. And then we have to take the right lessons learned. Once we have done that, from the ESA perspective, and we will submit this also to our member states, of course, we will certainly continue the adventure. We are just at the beginning, let's not forget that.
I love the fact that you're already working in the area. The fact that the European Space Agency, in collaboration with partner agencies, is conducting the feasibility study in somebody with a physical disability. It means that we can then have a sensible conversation about what are the extensions for people with a particular sensory impairment. John, I think you mentioned people who are neurodivergent. We have no monopoly in the UK Space Agency or the European Space Agency on the research. but we welcome it. The previous question asked about data sharing. I think that's the absolute key here. This is a community endeavor, space of team sports. We bring together all the different research and the data, and we recognize that it is different. At the heart of diversity is not saying that everybody who's disabled is the same. It's about us recognizing there are all sorts of specific challenges and opportunities that come from the different things that people bring. So let's bring that data together, recognize what it means for crew safety and for our ability to integrate and be a reliable member, and then we can pull that for an ever-widening potential cohort.
And I'll just wrap up saying we do not have a parallel effort at NASA. Today, the plan is to work with our ESA colleagues. Paul just mentioned it. We want to make sure that what we're doing is safe for who's ever flying and the crew. And so the plan is to watch this activity, work with this activity, take the lessons learned, and then move forward where it's appropriate.
Let me also add an element, because this panel today, we are talking about human spaceflight and space exploration, but as European Space Agency, we are also exploring, because the inclusion of people with disability is a huge driver for innovation. What you do to include people with disability will be for the benefit of everyone. And this is why, I mean, again, this is human spaceflight, but for instance, in science, there is a strong call from the young scientists for sonification of data. When you have a pixel coming from space, this pixel can become beautiful images of a galaxy, but it can also become a sound that contains not just information, but also inspiration. So just to say that we are pursuing these elements of inclusion and attention to other kinds of disability also throughout other ESA programs. Please.
I'll be quick.
Last question.
Yes. My name is Irene Di Giulio. I work at King's College London. This is a question for the heads of the agencies. We've been talking about changing mindsets. Been working on this for years now. I think if we don't do this, we are missing out on a lot of talent. So the question is, physiologically, some physical impairments may have advantages compared to able-bodied. So I think if we don't do this, and if you don't consider this, we are missing out on quite a lot of opportunities. First question, have you considered the potential advantages of this? Second thing, and this going back to what Justin said, I represent a community of people with disability in the UK. If we do a panel like this in the future, the suggestion will be to make it accessible. People with who are hard of hearing could not attend the session. So hopefully, if we make it in the future, my suggestion will make it more accessible if possible.
We don't have much time to answer. Thank you for the questions, very interesting. Daniel, I don't know if you want to say something. And
well, thank you for the promotion for heads of agency, what I'm not exactly. I'm just a poor director at ESA. But having said that, you're absolutely right that we have to look at the upside. I'm totally with you. But once again, I think we are just in a learning process. We started it off. What I think is that we have to take the momentum. We have a positive dynamic with our international partners, with our industrial partners, and we have to take it from there. So, of course, I'm more than happy to look into these questions. The upside is always an opportunity. We'll do it, but it will come one after the other.
Paul?
Well, on the second part of what you said, sorry, that sounds like we need to do better next time. I hope it's a useful panel, but if it's not an inclusive panel, then it isn't a full panel. So thank you for highlighting that clearly to us. And on the first part of it, as Daniel says, let's learn and let's be guided by the research that we do by actually going through the feasibility study and the phases to come. But I'm absolutely clear that the more diverse the team, the better the team in its totality.
I'll just add that, today we are on the 72nd increment of the International Space Station, 72 crews, and we've learned every time a crew flew. And there's advantages for every crew brings to the International Space Station, and I expect this to be no different.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all of you, and thank you to the panel. And let's keep this rolling, and maybe do again next year a moment where we evaluate the progress. Thank you.